your colleagues on the student council that we really appreciated their work, that would be great. And maybe, Frankie, you'll see some of your words in here somewhere. All right, so that was the breadth of our survey. You have in your packet for tonight, and for anyone looking online, this is in the board packet online, an executive summary of what we do with our colleagues. Because we were asking three questions that we really appreciated. What are you proud of? And maybe, perhaps, what do you hope sustains with the next superintendent? All right, so what are you proud of? What are your pride points? Then we also asked, what are the challenges that the new superintendent's going to face? What are the district challenges, and what are the challenges that the new superintendent will get? What are the things he's going to get in his inbox right away? And then we switched it and asked, what sort of leadership dispositions do you want in your next leader for Portland Public? And we got rich feedback across all of the areas. So this is your executive summary. I know you've had a chance to see it. I'm not going to read it. I just wanted to flag it both for you and for the any of your online viewers. But here's your pride points, and I'm not going to read them, but you can see there's lots to be proud of in Portland Public Schools, and your commitment to equity came up in a couple different places. Your commitment to equity, progressive values, and social justice. And lots of people noticed the board has a strong vision around closing achievement gaps. So across every group, parents, students, staff, and community members noticed that. So I think that really speaks to your vision as a board to be very equity-minded and equity-driven, both in your words and then in your expected actions as a result of your strong vision. Next, we summarized your challenges and complexities. And what you'll see in a couple places is what was a pride point also was a challenge. So an example of that is facilities maintenance and modernization. Everyone recognized the good work you're doing now, and almost everyone also recognized you still have a lot more to do. So you've gotten your word out about the importance of your aging buildings. But one of the things that came out pretty high, which probably is not to be, you would probably have expected this, is that need to build trust. Trust with staff, trust with the community, trust with your leaders across the organization. So that's kind of the high level of your challenges and complexities. And then the things that the new superintendent is going to need to really attend to as they enter the organization. The next document you have tonight is the next superintendent criteria, and we're going to do a deeper dive into that when I'm through with this part. But again, it's posted online for any online viewers, and it is in draft form. So this is the board's document. It is based on us rolling up the themes from the leadership dispositions, the things that people needed in the next superintendent, and is meant to represent what, across all the engagement we did, what people are telling you. But ultimately, this becomes your document and the document that we will be pushing out to your candidate pool and the document that you will base your selection process off of. So from a high level, here's the headings: authentic and inclusive leadership, transparent, ethical, and courageous leadership, experienced, strategic, visionary, fiscal stewardship and advocacy, equity, and cultural competencies. Probably a lot of the things that you as board members are hopeful for in your next superintendent. So with that, I'm going to shorten my part so you have time to really do a discussion around the next superintendent criteria, and we can begin making that the document that you as the board want it to be. So with that, I'll stop sharing that. I'm going to pass it to Steve to lead that next part of the process.
Thanks, Christy. Good evening, Portland Public Schools Board of Education. Delighted to join you and share my screen, and I'll provide some background context relative to process here in just a moment. Christy or Hank, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen? Super. All right, thank you. As Christy mentioned, I know we all may be inclined to want to wordsmith, and you certainly will have an opportunity to provide that kind of input and feedback to human capital enterprises. Know that we would like to receive that kind of suggested input, feedback in your April 4th email that you're submitting to Kara. Kara will gather all of that and then provide that to human capital enterprises. So our purpose really tonight is to solicit big idea feedback in 2 go-rounds. First, your general impression or reaction to the draft profile as presented. So everyone has had hopefully some time to review that. And we'd like to just capture your first general impression relative to the draft profile as presented. Then the second go round, we'll be asking for this kind of feedback. Are there draft criteria that are listed that you wonder about? Or you wonder if they should be included at all? Or rewritten in some form, right? So it's the wondering kind of feedback. Or are there salient or materially important criteria that you believe are missing from this document and ought to be considered for inclusion? So it's the what's missing and the wondering sort of feedback that we're inviting. Know that Christy's going to be recording comments in a document so that we have that captured as part of our deliberation when we go back to revise this draft document. I'll be highlighting that in real time, also for the audience who may be following online. So for example, if it is a comment that you have about authentic, inclusive leadership in the first bullet, if you could speak to that specifically, then I'll highlight that so that we can all call our reference point to that piece in the document. Again, general impressions, and we'll just do a sort of quick go-round by board member. And then the second go-round is really focused on draft criteria that you wonder about or materially important criteria that you believe ought to be included. Any questions before we get started?
Steve, thank you. Can you clarify how you want to receive any feedback? Would that be not as a comment in the document, but rather an email to Kara?
We will be collecting any feedback that you may have in an email to Kara. But as you are making comments relative to your general impressions, we're going to be recording that now in real time. And then secondly, if there is something in the document, again, that you believe ought to be removed or you wonder about or materially important criteria that needs to be included, just highlight that for us. Speak to why, because it's important to articulate rationale for us and certainly for your colleagues on the board. Any questions? All right, let's start with general impressions. And Andrew, if you could go first, that would be helpful.
Sure. Mine's really easy. I love the document. Honestly, I feel like we've got enough time to talk about it. I wanted to come up with something, but as I read through it, I feel like you captured the things that I feel are important. Given from your report, you've captured the things that the community also expressed were important. So not only do I not have any wordsmithing, I don't really think I have any large directional changes either.
Thanks.
You want me to do a
Thanks,
best
Jay.
shot?
Michelle,
Um,
general impressions?
general impressions, when I first read through it, I thought it's pretty vague, and it would be what any organization would be looking for in a leader. When I read it the second time, I really wanted to call out the first paragraph, authentic, inclusive leadership, and how that's demonstrated. Particularly because what I've heard a lot in the last several years has been, we'd like a leader that's seen more in classrooms and out in the community. And I think someone that demonstrates their love of the diversity and the culture that is Portland is really fine. And I'm just curious what parts of the culture were known for cultural weirdness. And sometimes people see that through a racial lens, so just as a flag. I also was curious if the questions when you were soliciting input were the questions asked, what do we need in a new leader considering the challenges and opportunities that are coming up in the future, or just generally what are we looking for in a leader? I'm curious how you sourced how you got these responses. If it was literally looking at what we need to solve in the next few years.
Let me answer that for you. We didn't specifically say, as we scripted the question, given the challenges, and I think I facilitated about 20 focus groups, and every person, almost every group to a T, referenced those leadership dispositions related to this moment now. And sometime we would prompt them, like, what does PPS need in this moment? And so they had just come off the question of challenges, so they were very interwoven.
Thank you, that's helpful. But yeah, I think it's a strong document. I love that we got 1,800 data points, and I can't think of anything that I would add at this moment.
Thanks, Michelle. Patty?
Yes, I can't think of anything to add either. I think you have everything that you want in a leader. I think some of it, as Michelle said, is kind of vague. Then we'll be talking about that later, about how we might clarify something like inclusive practices. What are they? What do you expect out of that person? So I just think there needs to be more clarification about what we expect than some of the places that are kind of vague and just quite general.
Thank you, Patty. Brian?
I think I wanted Andrew to have contention because I didn't have any, and I didn't want this to go without some level of contention. So I'm appreciating Michelle for her pushback on you, because I don't want you to think that this is easy. I was hoping to see in here, and maybe I missed it, accountability, that the superintendent would be one that is fond of holding people accountable, as well as holding themselves accountable to what they put out there. And maybe I missed it. Yeah, I think I just say accountability. But again, I'm reaching right now because I have to have something, because I don't want you to think that you did too great of a job, because I don't want your ego, your head to get too big. But thank you for the hard work on this.
Thank you, Herman. I do want to point out for audience members who may be listening that is included in the third desired characteristic theme, experience, strategic, and visionary educational leadership. It's the third bullet, effectively designing systems of support and accountability. Julia.
I know you saved me for this point in time so I could add points since nobody else did. Or they were limited. But you've got some ready. So I'll just run through that at a high level, because I try not to wordsmith, but more just sort of big concepts that having this being my fourth time through a recruitment process, I would given the board goals and the importance that they hold for us, move up the experienced strategic and visionary education leadership. So that it's at the very top. Somehow I want it to be at the very opening lines that, like, the expectation that we want a superintendent who has moved student achievement, and that's what we want. That's going to be very important. It's also going to be important how it's done, but I feel like we start with the how versus the what. And then just there's I'll just say authentic and inclusive leadership, and this could be fall into the category of like preferred. You can obviously like preferred or required, but somebody who's worked in a state that has a strong union representation. I know from previous recruitments that lots of states don't necessarily have that, and I think it's a very different operating environment. And if that's all you've operated in, I think it would be a challenge here, because we're a state which our labor partners have a very strong presence in our schools. So somehow, again, to me, that would be a preferred experience. Like Michelle, I would like to have culture defined more, because when I think of culture, I think what I went to, and then I was kind of laughing when you went to the like weird culture, because that is like another thing people talk about, the Portland culture. But I'm thinking of like the culture of like a team, since the superintendent is not going to be the one by themselves driving improvements in student achievements, but really like this team leader. But it takes a team of leaders. It takes a team of teachers to get our work done. So how does at the very top that get set? So I'm interested in more of a definite, like how we define the type of culture that we want somebody, because like everybody has a culture, but some of it's toxic. So being more descriptive. This next comment applies to a whole host of the bullet points. For example, the ability to make tough decisions, or the ability to articulate and act upon a future-focused strategic plan. I would add the word demonstrated. I think people's past experience, and we're not going to find somebody who has all the things we want, but I do think we want somebody who not just can articulate it, but actually has demonstrated they've done some of these things. On the third bullet point on experienced strategic and visionary education leadership, I had on the third bullet point, effectively designing systems. I have a suggested add, but it could be added in a number of places, like not only effective design, but also implementation. So we can have great plans, but if somebody can't effectively implement them, then they're just another set of plans. So really I feel like we have a lot right now of the base, the foundation in place, and it's continued implementation of our plans and doing it effectively and building a culture of like we're gonna as a team implement. Again, we can have somebody who's very visionary, creates a lot of plans, but if things aren't implemented, then that doesn't have an impact on our students. Under the proven fiscal management, I'm not quite sure conceptually what the exact words I would add, but I'd be interested in somebody who has had some experience in challenging fiscal conditions, because I think it's a muscle that makes you think differently about how to deploy your resources and how to prioritize them. And again, that may be like a preferred versus required, but to me that's something. And then there's nothing in here that talks about the capital piece, and we have, $2 billion in capital bonds and another one coming, and so we have fiscal management, but it's also we have this, the second largest property owner, I think, in the city of Portland, and somehow including that in there. Then the other just big pass is in the very last equity and cultural competency leadership. It says demonstrated success in eliminating disparities and systemic racism. I think that's a big statement. So it's like, is it in the school context or it seems like we should be more specific about if we have institutional racism or systemic racism, or is it the racism our students experience? It's a big requirement and statement, and I don't know that there's anybody who's eliminated systemic racism versus made improvements in eliminating it. And this is just for me. I would prefer, my last one is just, I would prefer to have an experienced, somebody who's been a superintendent already. So, I think if we can find something, and I have hired lots of number twos or other people and seen them grow into the position. I also think to go to the next level, it would be if we can find an experienced superintendent who's a good fit for our state, to have somebody who is not learning that part of the job. So.
Thanks, Julia. Christy, I just want to check. There were, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last one, 9. Either questions or wonderings or suggestions. Just want to confirm you've got those recorded.
I do.
Okay. Thank
We've
you.
not heard from Frankie yet either.
That's next on my
Okay.
list. Thanks for prompting me, Kristen. But before Frankie, let's get to Eddie.
Yeah, thank you. I was starting to feel I was forgotten for a moment.
Sorry, Eddie.
Overall, I love this document. The first thought that comes to my mind is, good luck finding someone who can fit all these. It seems very difficult, but it does prioritize. I do really like a lot of things. There's one thing I do want to add. I do want to also continue what Director Zapass and Brim Edwards are kind of pointing out. As I'm looking at this, there's a lot of things that I feel like kind of fit into a specific category. Like the managing the budget or strategy, district vision. There's a lot. This is a job where not one person can do it all, right? And so it's very important to be able to keep a team. And this idea that I have a suggestion kind of came up when I was talking about in a conversation with a friend. One of the, and this is, again, I want to make sure this is not a criteria about our current staff. I'm talking about historically, one of the things that Portland PPS has struggled with is kind of retaining effective staff, right? And so one of the things I want to would like to highlight, because a lot of these bullet points kind of hint at it, and so I don't know, I was hoping maybe we could bring it out to the forefront and just really just say, like, I don't even know how we do it. I guess that's up to you. To create a criteria or a proven track record of someone who has a track record of not only creating but retaining effective teams, right? And I think that retention part is important, because one of the things with historically PPS has struggled with is retention. I know that education is a high turnover profession. I mean, that's just how it is in the United States. But there's a lot to be gained when we have teams that not only proven to be highly effective but stick around. And that really helps when we do see that kind of thing. So that's probably the one thing I would add. And the reason it's kind of a general thing is because a lot of these fit into it. Like, for example, when we're talking about inclusive leadership or or supports and accountability. You know, these are things that help create that kind of culture for keeping our staff around. So yeah, that's the only thing. But otherwise, I really do appreciate. I think a lot of these bullet points do reflect really well what a lot of our staff, community members, and students have desire for and have felt. So thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Frankie.
Well, I know you said Wonderings were going to be the second round, but my first impression was a Wondering, so I hope that's okay. I guess just right on that first bullet point, I was also looking at the first half where it talks about exhibiting a deep commitment to the community, and I was wondering what community that was referring to, if it meant just PPS, because then the second half of it talks more about the broader city. So does it mean overall Portland community or specifically PPS? And then overall, I thought it was really thorough. And everything that was put here, definitely I saw that reflected in the conversations I've had with district student council and other students. So I think you all did a great job. And everyone at the district student council looked at this, and their first impression was they loved it. I don't know if you all know what this means, but they said that you all cooked. And yeah, they just really loved it, and they loved the opportunity to speak with you. So thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Frankie. I have two high school age teenagers, so I know what cooking means for sure. And Chair Hollins.
Yes, hi. My colleagues spoke of a lot of it. I would just kind of add, when we're talking about culture, that we're talking about culture competence, especially in the system that we're in, to make sure that is something that we look for as well. And also, when I think of the superintendent piece, making sure that they can have a collective capacity building system, that they can speak to that as well, because we know, superintendent, a lot of it is delegation, and reviewing and assessing, the work that they are delegating. So I will try to incorporate some of that in there as well, and also making sure. And I don't know, I read it all the way through, but I could be missing it as well. Making sure that they're children centered, that this is what they're here for. We want to make sure that they have children in mind, in each and every decision that they make, because this is the job that we're hiring them for. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Gary. Any additional thoughts or comments or wonderings or suggestions before I turn this back over to Hank to talk just briefly about next steps?
Yeah, just one quick comment, sort of circling back to what my colleagues talked about, and specifically, Director Bermedowitz talked about having someone with experience, which I don't disagree with any of that. Obviously, if we have two candidates, one who are both equal in every other way, one has experience and one doesn't, then by all means, right, the one with experience. I guess I would just want to make sure we don't write criteria that would limit the ability of someone who may not be in that front role from applying, who may think, oh, well, they're not looking for a second. That would be my only clarification there. Because I think sometimes finding those people who don't have the experience can also, a really good candidate can be better than someone who's set in their ways and has done this process before. So.
I agree with that.
Because I also think sometimes then people have a tendency to self-select and move themselves out of it, specifically women, if they don't meet that criteria.
Were we going to talk more about just looking at different parts that were kind of vague, or are we on to another part?
If you have additional specificity or questions about language in the document that you need more detail,
Yeah.
Certainly include that in your email to Kara,
Okay.
and we'll review that and try to assess all of the feedback that we're receiving as we make another attempt to revise this document that meets the collective interests of the board.
Okay.
Hank, do you want to talk about next steps, please?
Certainly, yes. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Christy. Thanks, board. What we'd like to do is, so we've of course recorded the comments and thoughts you had forward, and as a reminder, and you saw that in Christy's slide, we'd like to collect via Kara any additional information that you want to share with us, particularly around specific language. By Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's Thursday at noon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we will turn that around. Our aspiration is to have a revised document in your hands by the close of business on Friday. Now, in addition to receiving our revision, there also is public feedback that might well come in. In fact, I think some has already come in. And we'll also send you the feedback from the public. So our aspiration is that you'll get that by Friday evening, and you'll be able to reflect not only on a revised document, but also what you're hearing from the public. There might also be, I want to just ask, is there public testimony in this meeting? I guess that's a question for Kara. Are there folks from the public who will be speaking?
There was an opportunity for sign up, but we did not have anybody sign up.
Okay. And I know there's also an opportunity at the subsequent meeting that starts at 6 o'clock. So that's our next steps. And then we will return. Well, I'll be with you at the 6 p.m. meeting as well, because there is an agenda item which is similar to what we're talking about, just to give public more opportunity to engage with us. But then on the 9th is when you will see a revision. You'll have already seen the revision, but we'll bring you the revision in public space. There'll be an opportunity for public testimony. There'll be an opportunity if there's still some last edits or changes, and then we'll ask you to adopt the criteria. Okay, hearing no questions, are we good with that?
Well, I think we're all good. We were going to take the rest of the time to review the interview process then.
Great, that sounds terrific. Yeah, and you'll lead that, Director Silverstein, you'll lead that conversation?
I got that one. So we have this conversation around the transparency piece, and when we get the broader community involved, and to kind of get a sense from some of the conversations I've had with my colleagues that getting to that transparency and getting the broader community involved at the finalist level is something I think that I've talked to some of my colleagues, and they have agreed at that point we can have that transparency piece elevated from what we're doing now.
Did we all agree on that?
Well, no, that's what I said. Because you can.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think what I'm hearing is we'll keep a confidential process at first, and then once we have finalists, then it would be more transparent. And I think Hank and company, isn't that what you recommended when we first met a couple months ago? Or are you maintaining that we maintain confidentiality throughout the process? I just want to say, Portlanders are very engaged.
Yep.
And so I think that what I heard you guys say is that it's important in order to get a really good candidate, a strong candidate, that we need to maintain their confidentiality until at least the finalist stage. And then are you saying even throughout the entire interview process? What I'm trying to figure out is if there's a way to maintain confidentiality until there is a finalist, or down to 2 finalists. At some point, if you're a finalist for a position, you do have to go back and tell your boss or your 7 bosses that you're a finalist and that you may be leaving.
Sure, I'll
So I'm not sure how to. I'm not an HR professional. I'm not sure how you walk that path.
So I would say this. There's I'll give 2 answers. So the first question is, what was our recommendation? Our recommendation was, and still is, that to enjoy the broadest pool and the most highly talented candidates to go into your pool, our recommendation is that you engage in a search in which finalists are not named. Finalists are not named, and the only name that is released is the name of the new superintendent at the point that there's a public vote. That was and is our recommendation. The other option, and it is absolutely a board decision, is to release the names of folks at the point that there are finalists, and typically that number is 2 or 3. That would be, I think, the only other viable option. I didn't hear much interest, and I'm grateful that I didn't hear much interest in trying to release names sooner than that. That would be virtually unheard of in our region of the country, and would be a real challenge to attracting candidates. But I'm not really hearing a lot of board energy around that. So really, I think the choice for the board is: are you releasing the names once there are probably 2 or 3 finalists, or are you not releasing any names until there's only one lead candidate or superintendent? That's really, I think, where I hear the energy and I hear the conversation.
And I thought I heard also that you will have groups of people from the community interviewing the final candidates. And they will be, they would interview, they would not share with the rest of the public. So it's
That
not
is-
as if nobody from the public would be interviewing when we got down to the final 2 or 3.
That is our recommended process. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
So I think the one, just I guess finesse is, I thought your recommendation was that we got to a finalist versus a superintendent. Because a superintendent means that we've made a decision, and to me a distinction would be get down to a finalist candidate that we're recommending moving forward to be considered to be the superintendent versus we're reviewing the superintendent. So that my preference is, and I've found through processes that, and sometimes you just, I think boards just know it when they get there, is that they have a leading candidate, and it's like, okay, this is the time to introduce them to the community. Versus, we don't know about either one of these, but we're gonna, put both of their names out. So my preference would be one finalist, but not one superintendent. And I think that's what gets us the best candidate pool, and also requires the board to really have a come together and be really firm and like this is the person that we think should lead. So.
I have a question for the board. Like, what would the purpose of, obviously being more transparent about it, what will we aim to get out of that? Because I think if we're going to do that, we need to be really clear about, the level of input the community is going to have, because if you do that, I think people are going to assume that they're meant to be giving feedback in that moment. We're, going to be listening to that in that direct way. So I was just wondering, what are people's thoughts, and if we know what the actual aim of that would be?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that's something that I'm hoping that Hank and Associates can put together. Hank and Human Enterprises can put together. But it's exactly that, right? It's exactly to have input from the community. Not that we are going to, go by, but one thing that I've learned in marriage, right, is, even though I'm the head of the household, it's wise that I listen to my wife's counsel, right? And so, I think that's the same thing with, with what we're doing now, right? It is wise for us to listen to our community, and also to see how they interact with the community. For instance, if it's a community forum, see how they interact with the community, see how they move within different communities as well. I think that's important because it is such a public position that we want to make sure that that person feels confident in that position as well, and we can evaluate and see how they are in that position. So that's kind of the thought process.
I have spoken with being a part of the school board partners, which I'm a part of. Shameless plug. It's an amazing opportunity to connect with other school board members from across the United States. From pretty much almost every state, we had representation, and I've had an opportunity to speak with other school board members about their processes, not telling them about ours. Just said, "What did y'all do?" Just ask questions. What did you do? And then I asked questions. And then I also had the opportunity to reach out to superintendents, actual sitting superintendents of current school districts right now. And I asked about the process. And I said, when it gets down to the last two people, right? We're getting down to like the last couple. Is that a deal breaker if we know that one of these two people are going to get the job? And the superintendents, with the exception of 2, I spoke to 10. So I didn't speak to everybody. I just did a round number because if you go more than that, then the odds are different. But with the exception of 2 superintendents, they said that it wouldn't be a deal breaker if they knew that one of these 2 people were going to get the job, and they knew that their name wasn't going to be shared until the last minute. Like, we're not going to be sharing it until we know one of us is walking away with the job. So to say that we wouldn't get good people is disingenuous, because there's a lot of people out there, or at least the ones that I spoke to. So I shouldn't say a lot, because 10 is technically not a lot of people. That's not a lot. It's just easy for good math. It's a small sample size.
It's 80%.
It's a small sample size. Of that small sample size, 80% said it wouldn't be a big deal. 20% said they wouldn't apply if they knew that. So that is something to take into consideration, that you would lose people. Of the 80%, 3 of them were female. I don't know if that matters at all. So.
I have a comment about that. We talked earlier about delegation, and I feel like I know I'm not an HR expert, and I've never done an executive search in my life. It's not my background. And so we hire you for your level of expertise to complement what we don't know. And I feel like, I'm tempted to go with what you recommend in terms of getting the strongest candidate.
Me too. I think we should go with your recommendation, and if we don't, we definitely have to let the pool know what we're going to do. We can't at the last minute say, "Oh, we're down to 2," and they're thinking we weren't going to say anything till the last one. So we have to be honest about that if we're going to do it. Yeah.
I think the whole point of this was to establish a game plan from the beginning, that whatever it is we're going to do, we're going to let everyone know up front. The point of this conversation is to establish, as I understand it, what that game plan is. It's never been part of the deal as to where we're going to change our minds along the way. We make our minds today, or we establish it today, and then so goes the rest of the ship. It is what it is. And with Hank and Human Capital Enterprises, their job, as I understand it, is to make a recommendation. It is not to tell us what we can or cannot do. It's our job to make that determination, because we're actually paying them. Like, they get paid. And so that means that they work for us. So we establish the criteria. They give us input as, these are some of the best practices. These are some of the things that I've saw. This is what I've seen to work. And but at the end of the day, we pay them to do a job. So that's.
Okay, I want to hear from other board members so we can move this along.
I support keeping the process confidential up until the finalists, and I would say whether that's 2 or 3. I think at that point, I think Frankie's point is a really excellent one. We don't just want to release the names in order to release the names. We want to release the names because we've created a process at the end, whether that involves appearing in a town meeting or some other kind of forum, and something that is part of the evaluation process. But I think that I want to get the best candidates. I kind of agree with Director Green. I'm not sure it's going to scare that many candidates away at a finalist stage, and I think the candidates it does scare away. We kind of need to ask the question as to why. I've hired a lot of executives. I've been I've been recruited for things, and I've never been promised confidentiality. So for me, I'm also struggling a little bit with why superintendents are different than other positions. And so anyway, all that's to say, I think maintaining the confidentiality at the end, but at the end of the process, I think our community needs to know who our 2 or 3 finalists are, and we need to have a process by which we gain some final input on that.
You're next. You're up.
Do I have to say something about it? I mean, I can go either way because I see pluses and minuses for both sides. I do support. I trust the experts who have done this over and over again, or many times. But at the same time, I also understand the values and ethics behind transparency. My thing, and again, reiterating what Director Silverstein pointed out earlier, women and leaders of color always are under more scrutiny than everyone else. And if this is going to cause them trouble, we have to remember the human aspect of it. And I think it's important to maybe even have the candidates' input on whether this is going to be okay for them. I guess that's where I am. But if we decide on a process where we are confidential up until the finalists, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay. You guys.
Do you have anything else you want to add? Okay. For any questions or comments about the superintendent search or the criteria, please email superintendentsearch@pbs.net. Thank you again to everyone for joining us tonight. The board is scheduled to vote on criteria for our next superintendent on April 9th. This meeting is adjourned, and we're going to take a short break before moving on to our regular.
I guess I do want to say something. Did we decide anything?
Well,
We didn't, did we?
Yeah. It was,
We're not deciding.
yeah. We just
Yeah.
gave them direction. So like 4
Okay.
of us said go up to the finalist piece and have it transparent at that point. The other 3 didn't. So that's the kind of direction that they're going at this point.
alrighty. I think probably need to shift to our regular
Okay.
board meeting.
I'm gonna keep it quick. So, yeah.
I'm not.
All right, calling all board members. Calling all board members. All right, good evening, everyone. This public oh no, it's a special. The public meeting of the Board of Education for April 2, 2024 is called to order.
We want to thank everybody for being here. There's a lot for us to get through. So if we can ask everybody to keep your voices down. We would also remind everybody to keep your signs low and not try to block anyone's view. There's a lot that we're going to go through. So again, thank you, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the board and meeting tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV service website on channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for all replay times. Thank you guys for all being here this evening. Before we get started, I'd like to inform my colleagues and the public that we might have some IT issues tonight and we might be using alternative recording and streaming methods. Just want to make sure everybody understands that. This issue should be resolved by our next public meeting. Also wanted to share a few reminders. I see that we have a large crowd this evening, and in order to ensure safety, please keep walkways and aisles clear. We also ask you to please be considerate of those around you and keep any signs below chin level. Additionally, I would like to emphasize that our primary objective here today is to engage in business activities and be in service of our children. If we cannot conduct our business in this room, we will move our meeting to another location. This action will be a detrimental effect on those who came here with the intentions of participating in the public forum. It's children in the audience. We're trying to model what respect looks like for them. And I'm a great cook. All right, Interim Superintendent Huss, would you like to introduce our performers for this evening?
Thank you, Chair Hollins. It would make me very happy to do that. Tonight we have 6th through 8th grade students from Cesar Chavez's band program here tonight, and with their teacher, Laura Wasdo. Ms. Wasdo, would you like to say a few words about your program and what they'll be performing this evening?
Good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Miss Wasdo. I am the music teacher at Cesar Chavez. Glad to be here with all of you. We have 2 songs for you this evening that we will be performing at our spring concert in May. The first song tonight will be Dragon Dance. The second song we're going to perform for you is called Warp Speed. And these are 6th and 7th graders that are joining us tonight from our band program. Thank you for having us tonight. We hope you enjoy our performance.
All right. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause again. All right, continuing on our high note, we want to take a moment to recognize Benson girls and Roosevelt boys basketball teams. I want to also acknowledge that we have many students at PPS who are deserving of recognition, and we are delighted when we take time to pause and celebrate our students, because that's who we're truly here for. You can expect that we will be hearing more of our student achievements in the future. The goal is to start being able to recognize our kids in the public forum as well. And so, Superintendent Huss, would you please start us off?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hollins. I have to say it's been a really exciting time to be coming into PPS and see all the energy around these two teams and all of the athletes and scholars and poets and musicians that we have, and I'm sure I'm forgetting naming the group. But these particular two teams that competed in the state championships, I unfortunately was out of town when those final games took place, but I heard many, many exciting comments and were captivated by the strength in these two teams. And following the final scores, our Senior Director of Athletics, Marshall Haskins, is here this evening to introduce both the coaches and their teams.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
To be here to celebrate the success of the winter athletes. I'm glad that we're able to celebrate them, and I'm glad Director Hollins recognized that there's some other athletes who need to be recognized as well, and hopefully we can get them here in the next 2 or 3 board meetings. Otherwise, I'm going to get a lot of emails at the end of this call for sure.
Bring them all, bring them all.
But tonight, we do want to celebrate the success of 2 of our teams. First, I'd like to introduce Principal Wilson from Benson High School.
Benson!
To come down. And I'd like to acknowledge the athletic director, Jessica Russell. She might or might not come down, but hey, Curtis, you guys gonna come? If not, he's not gonna say anything. Okay, so with that being said, I'd like to introduce Eric Knox. He's been here before as a state champion, so I know he's a little disappointed for second, but second is better than 53rd, right? So, Eric, can you come down and say a few words on behalf of the very successful Benson High School girls basketball team?
Team, come on down, team. Yeah, come on down.
I get emotional when I think about my girls. I'm reminded of a quote that says, "What we are waiting for is not as important as what happens to us while we wait." 10 years from now, nobody's going to know if we won a state championship or not. I was just down at Oregon State where I played. And I was celebrating a coach who recruited me there, and it was a bunch of my teammates. None of us talked about games we won. None of us talked about awards. Nobody talked about who went first round, who played in the league, any of that. We just remembered us and what the process meant. And when I think about these girls who live in what USA Today calls the whitest mid-sized city in America,
Say that.
being black and female, representing not only their community but this state in a way that oftentimes in girls basketball in this state doesn't typically see black and brown girls. These girls did it with such pride, such dignity, such grace. They were a joy to coach. And when I think about them, I just think about the moment when you're coaching and you have that game that is the defining moment of who we are and the character built inside of us that embodies the spirit of what we want, ultimately all of us want when we're educating, coaching, mentoring young people. And our moment was when we played Clackamas High School. And Clackamas High School hadn't lost to an Oregon team in 2 years. They had the #1 kid in the country. Nobody thought that they could be dethroned. Our girls hadn't beat them all through high school. And finally, prior to us getting on the bus, getting ready to play in the semifinals, with all the odds stacked against us, the moment for us was them understanding that they were enough. That they didn't need to do any extra anything to go there and beat Clackamas. A school that's far more resourced than us, far more celebrated than us, far more seen than us, and to see these girls show up on that stage with the bright lights on a college floor in the semifinals at the state tournament, and to do what they did was our state championship. And I wanted them to walk out of that building so that they always remember, no matter how many Goliaths they're going to face in their life, you ain't got to do anything extra. Just be the beautiful brown, black girl that understands who her power is, and that she recognizes that she is enough to not only win a ball game, but to win life. And that's greater than finishing first at state. For these girls to move out of PPS, out of these school districts, all of them are going to college. Some of them are first in their families. To be and do what we know they're going to do beyond this and create a foundation for that to happen is beautiful. And so can we celebrate? Because all of us wrestle with, are we enough in life? To have these girls represent the PIL, the PIL, to see that fan base, and to see girls basketball elevated because of these girls who had to play with that kind of pressure, because they don't just play for their community, they play for a wealth of young black middle school and grade school girls that come and are inspired by them and end up wanting to go to a PIL high school. So let's give our Benson High School girls basketball team their flowers.
So hold on, before you guys, hold on, we're gonna take pictures. But I want to give you guys a certificate, and it says outstanding athletic achievement recognition is presented to Benson Girls varsity basketball team for outstanding achievement and stellar sportsmanship for the 2023-24 basketball season by the Portland Public School Board of Education on April 2nd, 2024. And I was at the games. I seen the sportsmanship. I seen the class that you guys did, and I am honored as a fellow alumni of Benson Tech to present you guys with this. And we're gonna go take a picture. Let's get it.
Yeah. You gotta know who their names are. Say their names. Here we go. So we're gonna start with our sophomores. Where's our we got one freshman. I forgot. Let's give it up for London Dighton. Step forward, London. Next up is Jaden Young. Let's give it up for our sophomores. Jaden Young. Kellen Johnson. Marmar. Massey. One last one. Let's bring up another sophomore real quick. Michaela, let's give it up for some love for Michaela. There you go. Let's give it up for our seniors, our fearless seniors. Liv, Olivia Heath. Yeah. Woo. Let's give it up for Mariana Hashimi and R. Step forward. Let's give it up for Trinity Alex. And let's give it up for first team All State, Mahogany Chandler Roberts. And then I want to give it up because we can't do this without our coaches. And I was hoping one of our other coaches was going to get here, but he's not going to get here. So let's give it up for Kenneth Cookbook. Yeah. Let's give it up for our other fearless assistant, Precious Alex. And then my right-hand man, Dexter Lesueur. Let's give it up. Again, thank y'all for coming. And thank y'all for celebrating our ladies.
Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it.
What Eric, I think he said, I want to reiterate that for that group of girls, many of them are going to college to play basketball, but many of them are just going to college. They're all on track to graduate. They all have very good grades. They all represent what we want student athletes to be. So can you give them another hand, please? Our second team that we'd like to celebrate from the true North. You know? Okay, all right. At least Harvard and I know. Okay, all right. From Roosevelt, it's the Roosevelt Rough Riders and their principal, Katie Parman. Can you come down, Principal Parman? And with her, I'll give them the mic, but with them, one of the neat things you have when you have a community that really supports their school, you know, which your state representatives want to come and celebrate with you. So tonight we have State Representative Nelson from North Portland who'd like to come down and say a few words.
Am I supposed to speak now, or are you supposed to speak? All right. Good evening, Chair Hollins, member of the Portland Public School Board. I'm State Representative Travis Nelson, and I'm here tonight because, like everybody in this room, I'm extremely proud of the accomplishment of the Roosevelt High School boys basketball team. North Portland, we are just extremely proud of their accomplishment. I know that they did not make it to the final goal, but that said, making it to the state championship is a phenomenal accomplishment, and we give our congratulations and thanks to the boys basketball team and their coaches.
Good evening. Thanks for having us here tonight. I want to make it really clear that we are the public school state champions in boys basketball. And I will tell that to the Central Catholic principal when I see her in a couple weeks at a meeting, so it's public record. I just want to make sure that you all know that these young men have been phenomenal on the court, but also phenomenal off the court. So these folks that you're going to meet tonight are leaders in our building, they're leaders in our classroom, they're leaders in our community. Every single time there was youth basketball at Roosevelt High School, these young men were there keeping score, talking to the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And I'm so proud of our coaches because they're not just building a 9-12 program, they're building a 6-12 program. And the boys at George Middle School and Astor and Cesar Chavez and Ockley Green talk about wanting to come up to Roosevelt and play for Coach Law. And that's what we want to build in North Portland. So I just want to say congratulations to all of them and turn it over to Coach Law. Yes, we'll turn it over to Coach Law.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's an honor for us to be here. And one thing that we really focused on as a team when we started putting this stuff together when I got hired is we want to be committed to being better men. And that was our biggest goal. And we wanted to use basketball as a vehicle and a tool and a resource to be able to do that. And also just change the trajectory of what people perceive of us in the North when they think about the North and our kids in St. John's and the area we come from and the demographic and the households and the inner city stuff that we in the low income families and that we serve, right? And we want our kids to feel like there's opportunity in the North, and the only way to do that was to change our trajectory, right? And we wanted to set that tone, not just changing the trajectory for our community, but you got to be willing to change yourself in that process. And that's what I'm most proud of this team about. True to what Knox spoke to earlier about the girls is like we wanted to be exemplified being pillars in our community, partnering with and collaborating with our teachers in the buildings, with our counselors. It really touched my heart because we met with our counselors this year just to see where our guys was at as far as getting into college and just making sure our underclassmen was on track to graduate, right? That's truly important to me as a leader in the North community. And when I sat down with the counselors, it really bothered me that they said they never ever had a coach come in and even care about these things for these kids. And so if we're not caring about that, how are we really invested into their success, right? And so we need to be exemplifying that stuff as adults, as mentors, as advocates in these spaces for these children so they can dream big again. Mental health is at an all-time high right now, and we understand that. And so we did a lot of different things around tackling our whys and digging deep into our inner selves to figure out how we can be our best assets to our communities, ourselves, and be 1% better each day. One thing I'm most proud about this team about is not the fact that we got to a state championship game since 1949, which was historical in itself. But the biggest thing that I was proud about is just the individual growth and characteristics of every young man that I'm looking at. Community service events, and as you guys know, it's hard to get these kids off the game and be a part of their communities. These boys showed up to all those 8 community service events, whether that was picking up trash, whether that was tree lots, whether that was going back into our neighborhood schools and sitting down with young kids and sharing their middle school and elementary experiences, leading skills and drills for those kids. And So that's the things that are way more important to me. When we walk into school buildings and teachers are telling me that they realize a whole different walk in our athletes. They're showing up the time on class. They're all on track to graduate. They all have increased GPAs. We set a bar for our GPAs to be a 3.0 because unfortunately we don't think 2.5s get our kids anywhere. And so one thing that really stuck to me was just the feedback from our counselors, but just also from our administrators and our teachers. I got several messages this year about how these guys were showing up in the classroom and doing things that they never exemplified up until this year. You know, these things were challenges for them. You know, we know the phones are a big thing. The phones wasn't a big thing for us, right? That wasn't an issue for us, right? And so what I just want to say to everybody, man, if there's a will, there's a way, right? But we got to demonstrate ourselves a lot better how we show up and what we give our kids access to. And so I'm actually absolutely excited about the opportunities that we were granted this year because of the way these young men behave. You know what I mean? Like letting a young lady in the door is important to us. Letting a senior citizen come in that door and hold that door is important to us. The way we talk to and communicate with each other is important to us. That's why our kids are thinking that they're nothing at this point. Some of them don't want to be here. And we go through a lot of different mental health battles because these kids don't have a consistent figure in their life. And that's what I wanted to be. I said, whether I'll be a father figure, a brother figure, whatever figure I need to do, man, I'm here to do God's work and get these kids across the finish line. And so we're honored for PPS to let us be here today and be present. I can't thank these boys enough. Even on a public speaking thing, we know these boys, they just want to talk through their phones, right? These guys got up and spoke in front of several people, right? And every time I challenged them to be better, they stepped up for me, and I'm forever grateful. I'm committed to the True North. True North is near and dear to our heart. It's an area that changed my life when I was trying to figure out who my why and my purpose was in life when I moved back here from Texas and try to find my feet. And some of these same kids told me, Coach Law, this is a purpose for you. Your purpose is us, and we appreciate you. We appreciate you never giving up on us. We appreciate you being by our side. And the biggest thing that stuck to me, man, is when we lost that championship, just how they came and embraced me with love and told me, man, you changed my life. And that's what we want to do, man. We want to use basketball and sports as a tool to change these kids' life and make them think they can do whatever they put their minds to. And that's bigger than any championship can ever speak for. So. And as you're going through this stuff, the last thing I say, it takes away from a lot of your family, right? And it's the never-ending story, right? But when you take a chance to just breathe and reevaluate and reflect over the whole season, I was just like, man, I'll do this a whole nother year again and over again because, you know what I mean? I have the differences with the ladies about I let them coming in at home, right? I have the sleepless nights, right? And getting back up and going to do the 9 to 5 and I just couldn't do that without the energy and the input and the effort and the willingness of this group, man. This group has truly changed the trajectory of the North to where students feel like they're part of something greater. Like Katie had contested to, we've been in middle schools this year. These guys have been big brothers to the younger ladies and gentlemen in our community. And so when they see these guys, it's like, man, I'm going in the stores now. I can't go anywhere in St. John's, Portland, without people just honored and privileged to tell me about how great these young men is and what they mean to the North. And they don't ever want us to leave anywhere. And I told them, man, we're here for life. And so thank you guys. We appreciate you guys. And let's give a standing ovation for this amazing group of young men.
Oh, yeah. So we have another one here, certificate for the boys team, and I am honored and humbled to be able to give this to the Roosevelt boys basketball team as a self-proclaimed honorary Roosevelt alumni. But it says for outstanding athletic achievement This recognition is presented to the Roosevelt Boys varsity basketball team for outstanding achievement and stellar sportsmanship for the 2023-24 basketball season by the Portland Public Schools Board of Education on April 2nd, 2024. And I'm going to go a step further to say these boys put the state on notice that everything that you thought was okay, everything that you thought this is how it's going to go, that day is done. Roosevelt is in the building. We finna change the whole game, and wait till you see us next year. You thought you was ready, you better get ready.
And last but not least, we want to introduce this amazing team. And so first we'll start with our underclassmen, our super sophomore, Sirius Owens. We got next a junior, Omar Eno, Mr. Mees. Another junior we have is Jahil Brown. And another junior, Mr. Second State All-Team, Mr. Defensive Player of the Year, Owen Nathan. And this is one of my guys. I tell him all the time, we're gonna actually start a business together, man. He has great etiquette. Joe West.
I just everything froze, but it's still sending through the runtime and the audio is still going through.
And I forgot my guy, Mr. Scappoose came over for Scappoose and just growing tremendously. Tremendous, gonna be a key piece. Remember, I told you this today. A key piece to the reason why we get back next year. Matt Betty. Next, this is my guy, man. He's been a part of the North, man, ever since I've been a part of it. Has been really true. Has been going through the grind since day one. Continues to show up. Continues to put in the work. Continues to do what's asked of him. And I just really appreciate this young man. And really sacrificed for the team. We thought he might have had a broken rib off a charge he took. But man, he was a true warrior, man. And this is who he is, man. He sacrificed tremendously for this team, for the greater good. And I'm forever grateful, Griffin. Griff, my bad, Griff. I gotta get their names right, y'all. I never hear the end of it. And then next is my guy, man. We go through ups and downs, but it's like a teeter-totter with me and this guy, man. He's been around with us since day one. Been had the privilege to coach this kid since fourth grade, I believe. And he's the true exemplifier of, man, if I wanted to look for a friend that's really my friend, I would look to this guy, man, Malachi Burns.
This next guy I like to call a late bloomer, but he's a true hooper. We call him the 1v1 specialist, and that's my guy, John Fernandez. Man, this is a guy that I've been knowing before him coming over to Roosevelt this year. I've been knowing this kid for some time. I used to work in Ockley Green for about 5-6 years, and got to spend some time with him on the middle school grind, and just got to see how much he grew and matured. Used to always talk to him about how the way to control his emotions, and it would make him a better player, and he did just that for us this year. My guy, DJ D. Reed. Man, my next guy, man, is the most underrated but persevered that I've ever seen in my life. Like, everything that's been thrown at this guy, he continues to fight. He continues to strive for more. He continues to get in the gym and just say, man, I don't care what the narrative is on me. I'm writing my own story in my book, right? And I'm going to continue to do that regardless of whatever other people think, right? I'm going to keep persevering and pushing on. And that's my guy, C-Dub, Mr. Chance White. This next person, man, we experienced a lot in the past year, man, and overcame a lot. And it's truly what I'm saying to you guys. Like, sometimes, man, winning games in the fashion that these guys did and playing basketball doesn't really speak to the testimony of this team. And this gentleman was really facing some adversity and some challenges. And we had some rough patches, just being honest. And so to see him still sitting up here and getting the opportunity to go play college basketball on a full ride scholarship when he just didn't really know where he was headed at a point in time, because like I said, basketball can throw you a lot of curveballs too. So for all those guys that think they too small to do anything, this is a guy that can tell you, man, height don't matter. It's the heart, it's the personality, it's the characteristics, it's the way you treat people, right? It's the experience when you encounter people, man. And this dude is a near dude, special dude to my heart. And I'm just happy that we got him across the finish line, and he's on the greatest things because he's a well-rounded young man. And we all face some things, right? And even when we face our dark moments, man, we got to help people see the light. And so we call this guy the engine of the team, Utrilla Morris. And lastly, Mr. State Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, First Team Offense. We were so happy when he told us he was coming back for Arizona. We had to celebrate. And he's just been a true pillar in our community as well, too, and have an opportunity to coach. A lot of these kids, you guys, the special thing about this team is, right, a lot of people have to go recruit to make this happen. These people that's been a part of True North since day one and been in our community since day one. They've been playing for our feeder teams. They've been representing Roosevelt community for years. So this ain't just something that we try to put together for the North. This is the North that you're looking at. And this guy truly told me, I said, you know, he had coaches from all over trying to recruit him to come play basketball, right? And I asked him, I said, well, do you want to go be a part of somebody else's history, or do you want to make history? And their response is like, man, we want to make this different. We want to change the narrative of the North and how people receive us, right? We want to change history in general, and that's just what happened. And we couldn't have did it without this man. He's like the leader of this team. He's the glue guy. He's the one that's going to reach out and make sure guys is feeling good and they are right, and reach out to his bros, and just really grown as a leader. He used to be a quiet guy. Some guys used to think he was cocky, but that is not the case. This dude has a true heart, and he really cares about the North community and what our kids and our next generation have to come. And he wanted to leave a legacy. We wanted to leave a legacy, and we're doing just that. But Terrence Hill. And some of my coaches are just busy because we're super proactive, right? So we're catching up with the workload. So unfortunately, man, we want to shout out to all our coaches that are not here. But the coach that is here, man, has just been not only just a great coach and a great asset to this team, but has been a really good friend for me, and the type of friend that's going to tell you when you're wrong, right? Not just trying to glorify you with being right or just being a part of something, right? And it takes having people like that on your side to continue to make you be better and keep things in perspective and making sure that our kids and our community is getting the best experience. And so I work with a lot of people on this race, and sometimes I'm just used to doing it all. I know some of us be in that situation, like I'm willing to wear every hat because that's how passionate I am about these kids. But this guy came right in and said, hey man, slow down. You got a staff. How do you need to utilize me? How can I be doing this? I'm here for you, my bro. Are you okay? And oftentimes in this work world, when you're just a doer, people don't understand how this stuff impacts you on a day-to-day basis too. So it's good to have some real ones in your life that's gonna say, man, I'm here to support you too, and let you know that I care about you and how you feeling, and I want to be a part of this greatness, right? I want to be an asset. I just don't want to be here in the shadow. And so couldn't have did it without this guy, man. My guy Vernon Odin. Once again, True North is a real thing. We ain't going nowhere. We're here to stay and give these guys some love because they definitely deserve it. One more thing, fellas. Last but not least, we want to shout out. I want to shout out our principal, KD, our athletic director, Willie Williams. Man, when I tell you, man, that guy had a red carpet snack service for the referees that ain't like none other. I'm telling you, we're doing something different over Roosevelt, man, and it's just not this basketball team, man. It's our partners, it's our teachers, it's our admin. We are working together collectively for one goal, man, to build better community, build better youth, and make sure they're getting the things they need to be better people in life. And we are forever, forever grateful. Thank you.
So as our two teams leave, I just want to say a couple things. First, this is an example of what sports can do for a community, and can do for a group of kids. All kids from both these teams are going to be student athletes in college, and it happened because I'm going to make sure you understand this. They chose PBS. They chose Vincent. They chose Roosevelt. I want to say that again, because he used Terrence as an example. Terrence, every private school, every public school, tried to get him to go there, and he went to his neighborhood school, right? That's what we want to have happen. And they talked about the 6 through 12 model. Eric and Jamar both exemplify what we want to have happen in our youth program as it goes on to high school. Second thing I want to say is, how about those two coaches? They are remarkable, and they're examples of, they're just two of many coaches that we have in our league that put our kids first, whether that's spending less time with their families or bringing their families with them into the gyms, whether that's for going on vacations, getting up at 6 a.m., doing summer long when they're not getting paid, for the commitment to change the lives of kids. And then the last thing I'd like to just say is to you as a school board, we're just so thankful for the support that you give in athletics, and I'm sure you're going to continue to support athletics in a major way, so we can continue to provide these type of opportunities for our kids, and then you can celebrate their excellence. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh man.
Chair Holmes.
Go ahead.
So I don't want the opportunity to pass without recognizing that a lot of the achievement of our teams are built on a vision that our athletic director, Marshall Haskins, had of building middle school programs, giving middle school kids opportunities to play in their neighborhoods, and so they'd be ready to go on to their neighborhood high schools. And that was a dream of Marshall's 10 to 15 years ago. And before that, we had no middle school programs. A lot of people student athletes moving out of their neighborhood schools. And Marshall really has built a program that built a super strong foundation. And I think gave kids opportunities that, as we heard tonight, that extend way beyond the court. So I just want to thank Marshall.
All right, all right. So next on our list is Interim Superintendent Huss. Dr. Huss, would you like to give your report?
I would. Thank you, Chair Hollins. And I don't think there's anything I can say to follow that. The themes that I'm hearing are excellence, commitment, and choice to this community. And we have a lot of work to do. I'm about halfway through my interim time here, but I want to say that I find an enormous amount of talent and potential in the community, beginning with the leaders of the community and the educators, and especially the students. And I'm very appreciative of my ability to help them learn and grow. So I just really want to focus on the positive. I think it's a great evening.
Thank you, thank you. Next we have Student Director Silverstein. Would you like to present your report?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all the students who attended our annual District Student Summit on March 7th. Just for context, for people who don't know, so as student representative, I lead the District Student Council, which is a group of representatives from all the PBS high schools. And one of our most important things that we do is we plan an annual student summit, which is a day-long event where we invite PBS high schoolers to come and attend learning sessions which are student-led, and we talk about different aspects of the district, like maybe how PBS works or what Title IX looks like in PBS. And then this year, which is a new thing, we had a resource fair where we invited community organizations to table during lunch, and students were able to sign up for volunteer opportunities. And then after lunch, we also had a panel. So thank you to the board members who sat on that panel and answered questions, and thank you to the staff as well. And then also, thank you to the board members who just attended, not to be on the panel, but just to see what was going on. Students really enjoyed that, and they appreciated, just like sitting in the sessions meant a lot to have that support. And I think this is a really, really great opportunity, because something that we've seen in PBS is that students are pretty isolated to their schools. We have school-based identities, I would say, but I do think we have struggled with a shared district identity. And we've heard this from numerous students that the Student Summit provides an opportunity for you to get to meet students from other schools. If you want to talk about district issues in that setting, that's great, and that definitely happens, but also just to meet them and to know what goes on there. And I thought this was really beautiful. A DSC member described the Student Summit as a moment of togetherness. And I really think that is what it is. So I'm glad there has been consistent support for that, and I really hope we can continue it. But I also want to say, I think this is something, also DSC members brought this up as well, that we should make more consistent, because part of being student-centered is that having student-led spaces, and this commitment to student voice can't be a one-off event. We need to continue that throughout the year. So this is an amazing opportunity, and we really appreciate it, and we know that's going to be a part of continuing that. We have DSC hoping to expand that role, and thank you to all of the support from the board. Additionally, one thing I did want to acknowledge, because I think it's important, it's showing it matters to students. On March 15th, there was a student walkout in support of Palestine. I think it says a lot when students are walking out, and we're getting to that point. And I think students really just want there to be more of an open dialogue. Because I have heard from students, and there are varied perspectives on this, but concerns are arising around censorship and an increase in hate speech. So I think I just really wanted to make space for that, because that was a student-led initiative, and students really deeply care about that, and that has been a continued commitment. It's not a one-off. There is active, ongoing support. There are Instagram accounts, so I do think making the district aware of that. Thank you.
I would just like to say I was an attendee at the summit, and that was the most organized day I think I've been to in a long time, and I've been to a lot of meetings. So and I said, did you really do it all? And they did it. The students did the whole thing, and it was very, very well done and very fun for me. Thank you.
I also attended, and it was amazing. I wasn't able to go for the whole time, but I learned something there, and that was this concept of an open door policy. where you say, I have an open door policy, you can come in any time, but the balance of power sometimes puts the burden on the person with less power to come and approach somebody with an open door. So the reframed it as an empty office policy. In other words, if you're a leader, you should kind of be out in the community. But I also wanted to, I just came in when I heard your comment about an entire school community, and I think it's really, you've said this before, and we are just kind of one big community. We're a conglomeration of lots of little communities, but we're one school community, and I hope to just always keep that front and center. Thank you.
Great. Up next, we have student comments. Ms. Brashaw, do we have any students signed up?
We do. Alice D., Leo Hibbard, Diego Romero, and Calypso Cumber.
All right, so you guys can come on down. Before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for public comments. This will be for our students and regular public comments. First, the board thanks you guys for taking the time to attend this meeting, providing your comments. Public input informs and improves our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or the superintendent, we ask that you email them to public comment, all one word, at pps.net. That's public comment at pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comments today that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak. You will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means you will have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. All right. Go ahead, whoever want to get started first.
I suppose I will start. Hello, I'm Calypso, or Cal for short, Cupper. I'm one of Frankie's peers at Franklin High School, and I'm one of the co-founders of a large inter-school community of Portland Public Schools Students for Justice in Palestine, and thank you. And that is what I will be here to talk about tonight. Hello, PPS board members. I come here today on behalf of students and the community to demand that you take substantive action to address the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people that has claimed the lives of at least 33,000 people. We have sat and waited for you to act of your own volition, and we have gotten naught but the crushing weight of your silence. You claim that your goal is that a graduate of Portland Public Schools will be a compassionate, critical thinker, able to collaborate and solve problems, and be prepared to lead a more socially just world. And yet you refuse to take even the smallest steps to see this actualized. Our demand, thusly, as Students for Justice in Palestine, are direct and threefold. First, we call on you to act, as your position implies, and educate on the history of Palestine, settler colonialism, and Zionism, so that we might learn from these actions. Next, we demand you do what you have done previously and repeatedly, and issue a statement condemning this ongoing genocide. Again, you have been ongoingly and crushingly silent on this issue. And third, we demand that you put your mouth where your money, or we demand that you put your money where your mouth should be and divest Portland Public Schools from all companies participating in and profiting off of the ongoing genocide. Specifically, we ask that you end your contract with SHI International and any and all companies marked by the BDS or Boycott, Divest, Sanction movement. Now, these should not be that difficult of demands. You have released statements previously. You teach. If you want to work with money, ending contracts frees up money. But I suppose you would rather spend more money to put military training in our schools. Well, But if I need to elaborate on why I think this is important, there's one TED Talk that I've seen repeatedly in school, and I think it's very appropriate here. It's a really good TED Talk, which is probably why I've seen it so many times, but it's by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. It's called The Danger of a Single Story. This carries a very important message. It talks about how if you only get one story, you see books as only about British kids drinking ginger beer. How you view Africa as only people living in huts, and how you can view an ongoing genocide wrongly and as though it were a war or against terrorists, when 33,000 people, almost all of them, even by Israel's inflated numbers, only 9,000 of them were Hamas. That is an unacceptable amount of civilian casualties, and you have done nothing. You have not spoken out. We demand action on that. And my time seems to be nearly up, so please change this.
Thank you.
My name is Diego Romero. I am a student representative on the Climate Crisis Response Committee, and I'm here to present a letter on behalf of the Climate Crisis Response Committee. Dear Interim Superintendent and members of the Portland Public School Board, as members of the Climate Crisis Response Committee, we submit this letter requesting that you consider funding additional project management staff to support the implementation of the Climate Crisis, Justice, and Sustainable Practices Policy. We understand that the district is weighing many factors for this next year's budget and is being required to make hard decisions on staffing. We see the work of the CCRP as crucial to the success of students, staff, and our broader community in not only addressing the impacts of climate change, but also improving health and safety. At the most recent CCRC meeting, which is Climate Crisis Response Committee, our student committee members reported the sobering reality that young people in our schools are feeling hopelessness that goes far beyond the malaise we might consider typical to the transition into adulthood. These feelings are caused in part by feeling powerless in the face of climate change. This should not be the news to any of us, because it has been widely reported that young people are experiencing vast challenges that previous generations have not. The unprecedented conditions ranging from health and environmental crises to social and political upheaval are having deep consequences. Our students are telling us that the work of the CCRP is of critical importance to them. The damage the January snowstorm caused to several buildings is an example of the pressing need, not only because of the disruption it caused to the loss of use of buildings, but also to the mental stress of disrupted learning. Weather events like those in January, be it wildfire smoke, meant extreme and prolonged heat or cold, are more frequent because of climate change and will continue. Our students need us to find solutions now. We have an enormous opportunity to build on the work of the CCRP by continuing to innovate and by resourcing the work through a combination of thoughtful, calculated, and continued investments. As stated in the 2023 CCRC Board Report, increasing staff capacity is critical to the success of this policy. Specifically, PPS needs more capacity to manage the sustainability and climate resilience infrastructure project envisioned by the CCRP and work to secure funds for implementing the plans. Both crucial roles for the possibility to become reality. PPS is a national leader, having already invested in and making remarkable progress through climate crisis response policy. We should acknowledge how truly inspiring this policy is and work to ensure it is enacted. We are here to say that there is hope and opportunity. Please support and fully resource the implementation of the CCRP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alice and I go to Lewis Elementary. Your choices to cut teachers at schools are affecting me. For example, our library assistant, Miss Tori, is an amazing member of our school, but her position as library assistant is being eliminated. Library assistants don't just fill bookshelves with books, they fill our hearts with memories. Miss Tori reads us books about fun things and hard things. Miss Tori teaches us history about racism to telling us to be proud of ourselves by reading books. She knows the names of every student at Lewis. Second, our music teacher is named Mr. J. Last year, his position was threatened to be cut, but our principal fought back and saved him. This year, his position was threatened again, but he was saved. He may be threatened again next year. Why are you trying so hard to cut him? Many of the musicians I love, including Stevie Wonder and Aretha Franklin, I know because of Mr. J, who plays their songs for us. Mr. J teaches us about more than music. He teaches us about musicians from all cultures. Mr. J has a after-school club called Boom & Beats that has taught years of kids. Many kids love that after-school program, including me. If you cut some of Mr. J's hours, you would take that away from me and many other kids. Many teachers I have learned to value and respect have been cut. Cutting teachers means bigger class sizes. At Lewis, we have 2 fifth-grade classes with 32 kids in each class. This causes stress for the teachers. Your choices are not just affecting me, your choices are affecting my whole school and other schools too. My teachers are not just teachers, but part of our community. Like the great Aretha Franklin that Mr. J taught me about, you should R-E-S-P-E-C-T teachers.
My name is Leo Hibbold. I'm 11 years old and I go to Kairos PDX. I have cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is hard. My disability makes it hard for me to walk and run and affects my handwriting at school. Kids bully me. Adopted PE teachers make me feel like I can do things other kids can do at PE. I feel like and makes me feel like an athlete. I think it isn't fair to go without adopted PE teachers. They helped me and many other kids who need help. I encourage you to focus on special education students. I feel like Portland Public Schools is not caring about them as much as they should. I suggest PPS to support and being kinder to kids with disabilities by giving them all the time and resources they could possibly give. Cutting adopted PE teachers would diminish kids' health, exercise, and health regimen. I think that the district should find different areas to make cuts, often going out of your way to make it so special education kids don't have the right educations going too far. All of us deserve the same treatment and respect, and to have exercise and health our need. special education kids need Dr. P teachers because all children should have an education where they get treated like everybody else because kids are the future of America no matter their differences.
Oh man, we got our marching orders. Everybody else can go home. We good. Oh man. Okay. Once again, thank you guys for your comments. Especially, I love hearing from our kids. Next, we got to move on to our second reading of a policy. We have second reading of class size policy 3.10.031-P. Director Permet, would you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Chair Hollins. So this is a policy that had its first reading in August. And then the committee took a break this fall. We didn't have committee meetings leading up to and during this strike. Lots of our staff, and both here at the central office and in our buildings, and board focused on reaching a settlement. But when we came back, we considered public comment that we received and recommended that this be both first read and approved by the full board. It came out of committee with a unanimous vote. Essentially it's a very short policy. Essentially what this does is, in the past, class sizes at focus option schools were not consistently aligned with neighborhood school staffing guidelines. And this new language represents the changes that have, since we discovered that they weren't aligned, the district has made adjustments. So this policy now aligns with current district practice, which is that we have a district-wide staffing model related to class sizes and class targets. And that's what this policy says, that we just will have a consistent practice that those staffing levels will be set at the district level versus at the building level. And so we did receive some comment on it in committee, and we considered it, and we are recommending that the district continue this practice of setting the policy aligning with the current practice, which is staffing being set at the district level versus at individual school levels.
All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6890?
So moved.
Second. Director DePass moves, Director Green seconds. Is there any board discussion?
Chair Holmes, I was just wondering, Director Bernardus, could you just summarize the comment that the policy committee received?
We had some families that came and advocated that some schools should have, and it's primarily from the Kelly Russian immersion program, that they should have be able to set the staffing at. Essentially, they needed more staffing, so it was less of where it was being set, but was the classic, which we hear from most of our schools. It's the sense that most of our schools would like to have more staffing and lower class sizes, but again, there's not a reason to have individual schools, a class of individual schools setting their own staffing levels versus and class sizes versus the district setting.
Any other board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
We have Nazgul Chester, and she is virtual.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nazgul Chester. I'm a parent from Kelly Elementary School's Russian DLI. I'm here to ask to equally allocate staff and budget in our Russian program at Kelly and vote for measurable and clear policy today. On March 18th meeting, one of the board members said that there is no difference between Russian, other DLI, or the focused programs. This shows that you did not understand people like us or heard us. Our program houses the largest refugee-based community, and we have no opportunity to develop our program support the community. On the same board meeting, it was suggested additional FTE can be brought in and that new immigrants will not be stopped from entering the Russian program due to the class size. We had already provided multiple testimonies how the newcomers were prevented from entering the program. In addition, per our Kelly School principal, FTE can only be requested for the neighborhood programs. Our principal said, "My hands are tied and she cannot create additional classrooms." In fact, even in the past, prior to this policy, I was never able to set the classroom for our Russian program. Our principal said there is no clarity around how it is determined when adding additional classrooms and teachers for Russian program. At the start of the year, we had 31 students. In fact, our principal didn't let the student from neighborhood, newcomer, inside the classroom, despite the enrollment letter to the class size. Despite the enrollment letter due to the class size. In addition, these newcomers are placed to take an exam. The process is not easy to get enrolled in our program. One of the issues our school faces is no staff to handle all these new immigrant issues and answer their questions. We had already provided testimonies about them. In fact, the budget cuts last year were only done in our program. Our neighborhood classrooms start from 16 to 20 students, and they have 2 reading interventionists. In addition, they also have their teacher's aide. At this time, our program has the large classrooms because we are the DLI program. We have no rights. At our school, staff and budget allocation are not equally spread. During our first comment, our district representative said our program, Russian program, starts up high, but as it gets higher grades, students leave the program. That is true. We leave the program because we are not supported in our attempt to be bilingual. As a result, we are forced to leave the program as our education is not successful. Since there is no measurable and clear policy regarding our program, there is unwelcoming, unsupportive undertone in our community and the school. I would like to conclude urging board members today to vote for measurable, clear policy regarding the DLI program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All opposed? No, hearing no abstentions. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right, Resolution 6890 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, next up, we have general public comment. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
We do.
All right. Since I've already given guidelines for public comments earlier this evening, I will not repeat all of them. I just want to remind PPS staff who give public comments that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protection under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially in their school communities, by the use of direct or indirect linkage, such as school, grade, special education, or other status. Please make sure when you begin your comments that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. Once again, you have 3 minutes to speak. Once you hear the sound, after 3 minutes, you will have the additional 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have any public comments? Or can you call them up?
Clarence Larkin Sr., Anne Chanot, Lisa Doan, Alyssa Pollard.
Hello, my name is Lisa Doan, D-O-A-N-E. I'm in my 10th year as a PPS speech-language pathologist, this year on the Assistive Technology, or AT team. Like many others who have reached out to you or are in attendance tonight, I have concerns about the impact of the proposed cuts to special education specialty support teams, namely the feeding team, Assistive Technology team, SLP TOSA, who supports complex evaluations for culturally and linguistically diverse students, Adaptive PE, and board-certified behavior analysts. First, the SPED department is trying to make too many changes too quickly and without a clear communicated plan. This will likely have a direct negative impact on our students. It doesn't make sense to move toward a neighborhood school model, essentially spreading the students in the district with the highest and most specialized needs across more schools and onto the caseloads of teams that are less experienced in these areas, while simultaneously cutting the staff who can provide supports. The need for consultation and trainings will likely increase across the district with the implementation of the neighborhood schools model. Additionally, speech-language pathologists, who support the vast majority of these students, will see a 10% rise in the number of students on our caseload next year. Next, the majority of the proposed SPED cuts appear to be impacting students with particularly high needs, which means these students, many of whom are supported by more than one of these teams, will have their school experiences disproportionately impacted. The cuts to these teams are being advertised as central office cuts, which is misleading, as we all work directly in schools across the district to support students and help their teams put plans in place to meet their specific needs, whether that be to ensure that they can eat safely at school without choking, communicate their basic needs and build social connections with peers using a communication device, access their education given the appropriate supports and tools, or to ensure that students from diverse or non-English speaking backgrounds are being accurately identified for special education. I've also been told by SPED administrators that they're cutting these teams because we need to build capacity in buildings. But how does cutting the few SPED support positions we have in the district support this goal? When I go to schools to support AAC or communication device users, I'm not working in a vacuum. I involve the student in the team. My goal is to provide ideas that will benefit the particular student as well as leave their team more knowledgeable than before my consultation. Collaborating with past SLPs on the assistive technology team increased my AAC knowledge. Eliminating these supports will likely decrease capacity in buildings, especially given the rapid advances in technology occurring today and the ever-evolving nature of assistive technology. Finally, it's incredibly frustrating that after nearly 2 months of asking for clarity around the plan for feeding an AT and the impact on school-based staff, we're still met with so many unanswered questions. Even Mr. Buno's memo and presentation to you on March 5th does not clearly lay out how feeding an AT needs as documented in students' legally mandated IEPs will be met starting next year. I understand that administrators have a lot on their plates, but communication is a crucial leadership skill, and the lack of communication with staff in the larger community is not indicative of capable leadership. To claim to want to embrace and emphasize the expertise of our school-based professionals and then completely disregard the input that we give in our areas of expertise does nothing to repair the broken relationship that has been festering for years between student-facing staff and central administrators. Managing the district's budget must be a nearly impossible feat, and I do not envy the position that you are in, but I fear that the proposed cuts to these these critical SPED support teams has the potential to cause real harm to many of PPS's most complex students, as well as our ability to recruit and retain highly qualified special education staff. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anne Chenot, C-H-E-N-O-T. I'm a teacher at Clarendon Head Start in North Portland, and I've been a PPS parent for the past 15 years. I'm here to advocate for the Art Enrichment Program in Head Start. While reductions in art FTE are happening across the district, our art program has been completely eliminated. Teacher Julia and Teacher Tara have created a high-quality curriculum for our youngest artists, reaching 600 students every week. They travel between 9 schools and 36 classrooms every week, bringing all of their art materials with them. Head Start serves our youngest and most vulnerable students. Our students are 3 to 5 years old and are living at or below the poverty line. They are multilingual and are diverse in race and culture. Head Start prioritizes enrollment for students that are in foster care, experiencing homelessness, and that receive special ed services. Art is truly transformative and healing for our students. In our program, we have many students impacted by trauma and poverty. Art is a medium that is accessible for all of our students. Art transcends language barriers, and it is accessible for our students that are neurodivergent and have disabilities. Our students are able to communicate and express their thoughts and feelings through their art. Many of these students are nonverbal or do not have anyone in their class that speaks the same language as them. Art gives them a voice and a way to feel successful and seen at school. We always have students that struggle to find their calm and to self-regulate throughout the day. Many of these students exhibit extreme and unsafe behaviors, but as the year progresses, we watch as these students find their calm while using clay or painting to jazz. Just yesterday, I watched as every 3 to 5-year-old child in my class painted quietly for 30 minutes, mesmerized using sumi ink and a fude brush from Japan. These types of lessons are something that I as a classroom teacher simply cannot replicate. I do not have the time, experience, or materials. Tara and Julia have created lessons that are joyful, engaging, and culturally responsive. Our students learn how to use high-quality art materials and have experiences with collage, 3-dimensional art, printmaking, oil pastels, painting, and fiber arts, just to name just a few. But most importantly, they see themselves represented. Every one of my students will tell you that they are an artist because every week they learn about modern and historical art from Black, Brown, Indigenous, Latino, Latina, and Asian artists. We know that research shows that early childhood is the most important time in a child's life for brain development. I ask you to please reconsider eliminating this amazing program from our Head Start classrooms. This is an easy choice, and our most vulnerable students are counting on you. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm here tonight. My name is Clarence Larkins, it's Larkins. I am the president and the founder of a program called Straight Path Think. I'm here to talk about the Adams and Whitaker property that you guys voted on back in December, I think. The program that I'm advocating for is called the Portland, Oregon Black Family Village, aka PO Black Family Village. We're building what our community needs. I know because I have attended and held community meetings for 20 years on 42nd Avenue. We want a community center and a library. We lost our anchor for the black communities in Cully and Concordia neighborhood. That was the Adams and Whitaker School building. We lost it to radon poisoning. Furthermore, we lost 50% of the black community for a different kind of poisoning, gentrification and displacement. The majority of the new buildings on 42nd Avenue is property that was once owned by black people. The community needs the PO Black Family Village. Our young people need to learn and be educated about the history of the black people in our community. We need a community center, and we need the jobs that the community center will bring. The community does not need a private sport complex that would take over Fern Hill Park. I'm fighting for the black families in Cully and Concordia and the Prosper Portland organization that has acquired $350 million for a TIP program to build up the Cully and black community, and Concordia Neighborhood Association, which also support P.O. Black Family Village. So I'm here to ask you guys tonight, Gary and Herman, you guys doing this project, please find another location for your project. This is you guys want to take over the park and our track, and the community is well used. Then I'm not a speaker, but so I'm trying to get through this. But what I would like for you guys to do is to find another location for your project. I'm speaking for Straight Path Inc., Prosper Portland, Concordia Neighborhood Association. We are the second P in public school. We are the public and the people. So please, don't disrespect us this way by taking over our park.
Thank you guys for your comments. All right, next we have our board committees and conference reports, as well as an update on the superintendent search. After board members, we have provided their committee and conference reports. We will have a brief update from our search firm on the draft criteria for the next superintendent, which was first reviewed and discussed at our 5 p.m. Special meeting we had before this one. So I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues to provide updates on their committees, and we will start with the audit committee.
I don't have anything to report for the audit committee. In fact, we canceled our next meeting and have not reset. Don't have a new date.
All right. Next is our policy committee.
Thank you. So now that we're sort of back in full swing, we are actively considering a number of policies. All of our agendas are posted. We have tonight a second reading that came out of the committee, and we have 3 first readings that will consider the diploma policy, district-wide advocacy and fundraising, and the junior reserve officer training, core and military careers. In addition, I should note we have a meeting on April 11th, in which I would encourage people, if they have a point of view on any of those committees, to submit public comment. We'll be considering it. We'll also have an expanded public comment at that meeting. We normally have 5 slots, but we'll allocate slots for each of the policies so that people have an opportunity, if they want to, directly comment to the committee. I also wanted, this isn't a committee, but we have I'm gonna make a plug for the local option, if that's okay. Oh, you got that, okay.
We'll talk about that next.
Great. I thought you were just in superintendent. Great, I'll let you do that.
Gotcha. All right, next we have the student success committee.
Yeah, I mean, just a continuation of previous stuff as well as some new stuff. We are always continuing talking about graduation requirements, what it means to have a graduate degree, how do you increase graduation rate but also increase robustness or rigor. That's a challenge that we forever have. One of the big discussions that we continue to have is about proficiency-based grading, which honestly PPS is about 10 years behind, which everyone here admits, and how to implement that effectively and allow us to be able to provide equity and education for all our kids. The most recent meeting was very focused on the issue with the Japanese and Mandarin residency trips and trying to problem solve around that. And we are bumping into a lot of difficulties, and it's something that we may have to have a separate discussion about in policy committee, and to try to figure out what we can do to make sure that we are providing the best for all our students. The purpose of the policy makes sense to protect everybody, but it's also one of those things that we as humans are complicated, and so is life, and sometimes things need a little adjustment. So I think that's something we should have a conversation about. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Next is the facilities and operations committee. We had a discussion, and we're hearing another update tonight about the Jefferson High School modernization. We had a presentation from the Ida B. Wells planning. We talked about the bond planning and some of the priorities that we're looking for our bond planning. And then we had a brief update about the Profit Center relocation. All right, so next we will actually talk about the local option levy. I will turn it over to Director Brim Edwards.
So I just want to highlight for the community, once again, we have on the May ballot a renewal of our local option levy, and importantly, it's a renewal, it's not an increase in the tax rate. And that levy funds approximately 650 teachers a year and produces about $100 million in revenue for the district in addition to the funds we get from the state. It's been referred to the May ballot. I want to thank all the parents, teachers, school staff, students, elected officials who signed onto voter pamphlet statements in support of it, and we're actively raising money, communicating with our school communities, and know how important this measure is to our school community and the funding of our individual schools. So we'll have probably in the next couple of weeks ways in which people can connect to our upcoming volunteer efforts across the district as we get ready for the May 21st election.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, we had a special meeting where the board had an opportunity to review and discuss the draft for the criteria of the next superintendent, which resulted from input received through community engagement phase of the process. We have asked Hank Harris to join us this evening to briefly share the criteria for those of you who did not tune in into the 5 p.m. study session. We had, I believe, almost between 1,600 and 1,800 people who turned in their survey, and so I will turn it over to Mr. Hank Harris.
Thank you, Chair Hollins. Board, good to see you again. Interim Superintendent Husk as well. Thank you. I'll keep my remarks short since we spent considerable time at the work session earlier this evening, but I do want to share, particularly with the public, a deep thanks for the over 1,800 Portlanders who provided input into the next superintendent criteria, whether through focus groups or the survey. And that criteria is in draft form. It is available on the website, both on the district's board's page and also on the superintendent recruitment page. And there's also an opportunity, of course, to provide input for any member of the public, whether that's through public testimony at next week's board meeting or easier through an email that you'll see on the superintendent search page. So we'll look forward to that. Other than that, I want to turn this back over to you, Chair Hollins, to see if there are any additional board questions or comments that I could provide input on.
No, not at this time. Can you just give a brief overview of the findings?
Yes. I don't have that screen up, but give me one moment, and I will do that with you. So in terms of the next superintendent criteria, there are 5 key areas that you'll see, and these emanate out of individuals who share with us what are they hoping that the board will focus on in terms of the next superintendent criteria. And I'm looking from the side, so that's why you see me turning my head to my monitor. One is about authentic and inclusive leadership. One is about transparent, ethical, and courageous leadership. One is about experienced, strategic, and visionary educational leadership. One is about fiscal stewardship and advocacy leadership. And one is about equity and cultural competency leadership. And for the public, if you do go to if you go to either of those pages on the website, whether that's the board page or the superintendent search page, you'll see not only the next superintendent criteria, which I just outlined, is the dreams and aspirations document. That's what that is. But in addition, there's an executive summary document which speaks about what we've learned about PPS at this moment in time, in terms of what are the strengths of the organization and what are the challenges and complexities of the organization. And so I encourage you to look through those as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Harris, for the recap. Ms. Bradshaw, is there anyone signed up for public comment?
No, there was
Okay.
an opportunity for it.
Okay. So the board is scheduled to adopt the criteria that we will use at our next superintendent on April 9th. We encourage the community to come out, give public comment. I would love to see this many out for the pick of our next superintendent, as we are for some of the folks that's here for your individual interests. So that would be great if you guys can come out and we can have this time to turn out around picking our next superintendent. All right, so next we have updates on the modernization of Jefferson High School. This past December, the board approved resolution 6802, which directed the superintendent to reassess the current site and building design so that Jefferson High School students and staff could avoid relocating to a swing site during construction. The resolution called for the superintendent to return to the Board of Education with an updated plan to modernize Jefferson High School. Superintendent Hudson, would you introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hollins. I'll be brief because the history of the project and what brings us here today was well underway before I stepped into the role in February. I understand that the board has requested a plan to accommodate a targeted student enrollment of 1,700, keep students and staff largely on the Jefferson High School campus during construction, demolish the original 1909 building, conform to the current ed specs, stay within the current 2020 bond program, and if not, identify any anticipated budget coverage. The plan will not include co-location of the Center for Black Student Excellence, Harriet Tubman Middle School, or other unaffiliated to Jefferson High School programs. We have our Chief Operating Officer here tonight. He's been working with his team, but because of the number of presenters of other folks coming, he's requested that I call Marina Cresswell, the Senior Director of School Modernization, to the dais, and then she will introduce some of the rest of the people that will be speaking.
Welcome.
The Office of School Modernization is here today with the Jefferson Modernization Project team per the December 12th, 2023 Board Resolution 6806, authorizing staff to reassess the modernization design and return to the board in 120 days with a new plan. After tonight's presentation, the next steps for the project will be to move the new plan into schematic design. The additional funds to complete the project will need to be included in the 2024 bond. Some of the team members that you're familiar with were unexpectedly unable to be here tonight. So we have shifted around our team representation. I'd like to introduce OSM staff Armin Milazzo and Keisha Locklear, who will provide tonight's presentation and who will introduce our guests from Bora Architecture and Anderson Construction.
Good evening. Give me just one moment while this picks up, please. All right. Good evening, board. Thank you for the opportunity for our project team to present the status of Jefferson High School's redesign, or what our project team has come to know as Project Pivot. I'd like to start to welcome with some team introductions. My name is Armin Milazzo, with the Office of School Modernization for Jefferson High School. First with us is Keisha Locklear, who's a Senior Project Manager in OSM for Jefferson Modernization. Also with us here today is Steffi Knudsen, representing Bora Lever Design Team, and Brad Nile, representing the Anderson Construction Team and their consortium partners. Here's our agenda for this evening. During this presentation, we will compare the old plan with the new plan, review main components of the new plan, show some conceptual diagrams for the layout of the new building, discuss athletic program impacts during construction, look for feedback from the community on our community outreach plan, detail the current plan for permitting, and review the project schedule and budget. I now hand this over to Keisha, who will discuss the comparison of the old plan with the new plan.
Thank you, Armand. Here we show the old plan versus the new plan. The key to this change in project strategy was first and foremost listening to the community's concerns surrounding the previous design requiring students to swing off site. We heard that and have adjusted our design approach, and so we now recommend building north of the existing buildings closer to Killingsworth as directed by the school board. This will require building an all-new building on the track and field and result in all-new optimized fields for Jefferson High School when the project is complete. This is a similar approach to the Lincoln modernization. Next slide. The project team has been primarily in a process of information gathering as we reorient ourselves to building on a new area of the site. We have been careful to incorporate feedback from previous engagement with the community. We have also met with district departments such as athletics, security, Jefferson administration, and visual and performing arts for them to understand how the major zones of the building are accessed. We also spoke with the City of Portland on requirements such as the cross-block connection between the building and fields, which is also a similar approach to Lincoln design. The current program components have the main entry on Kirby, the arts programs activating the street on Killingsworth, and maintaining athletics along Commercial. I'll hand this over now to Steffi from Bora Architects to talk about planned test fits.
Thanks, Keisha, and good evening, everyone. These layouts that you see on the screen are what we call test fit diagrams, and we use them to test how the required program from the PPS education specification might sit on the area that we have on the site. We also use these test fits to help us understand how many floors will be needed and thus what the cost and the likely construction schedule will be. And Brad will talk a little bit more about that along with Armand. Currently, the test fits show that we will need a 4-story academic core, which you can see on here in a really light blue on that screen. The remainder of the program will be approximately 2 to 3 stories. The purple at the north side indicates the arts program along Killingsworth, and the yellow along the right-hand side and along Commercial is the athletics program. It's important to note this is not a design. This is really an exercise that helps us understand how things will fit, understand potential costs, and helps us find challenges for the due diligence before we start the design process. I'm going to turn this back over to OSM.
Thank you. So one program area greatly affected by construction on our occupied site is athletics. We are still in the process of discussing program implications of various construction and staging scenarios with athletics. But currently the plan is that the 1964 main gym building will be open for the entire duration of construction until the new gym is open. But once construction starts, the football field and track will not be available during construction for 4 years, from the fall of 2025 through the end of summer in 2029. and we are still studying options for the interim fields to the south that balance cost, schedule impacts, and athletic program support to best serve the students and staff. Next slide. Here you will see what we have proposed as a community outreach plan, and we are looking for feedback on this strategy from the board. In addition to our community updates that we have been emailing monthly, which you can find on our Jefferson Modernization website, we've also been meeting with internal district staff, Jefferson staff, as well as students. This plan you see proposes to expand engagement outside of those traditional groups. We believe that the design advisory group engagement to date has been too limited to reach the depth of the community that this project needs. We are proposing to evolve our engagement beyond the DAG and expand our outreach to be community-wide. This list represents the categories of community that we will be engaging with and are hopeful to work with the Center for Black Excellence Advisory Committee to engage with their partner organizations. I will now hand it to Armand, who will discuss the permitting process.
Thank you, Keisha. Our new plan requires a different approach to land use and permitting. The design still is required to be reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission and requires a special conditional use review. Since our new approach will require demolition of the existing 1909 building, which is considered a contributing resource to the Piedmont Conservation District, there is an approval process for that demolition. The HLC has indicated that due to the changes made to the building in the 1950s, they will support the demolition if we remove the contributing status from the 1909 building. The timeline you see here reflects a sequence to remove that contributing status. There is a risk to the project timeline during the appeal period, or if the HLC does not approve the change in that status. However, we are still moving forward with this process, and our next steps are to submit the application to remove the contributing status. Next slide. This slide shows the anticipated project design, land use, permitting, and construction schedule. Building construction will begin in the fall of 2025. After we finish the new building and move students in to start school in a new building in fall of 2028, we'll demolish the existing building and finish the athletic fields. The athletic fields will be completed and ready for use in late summer 2029. Next slide. This slide shows the budget and is based on the new hard cost estimate provided by Anderson Construction and is split into hard cost and soft costs. You will recognize this format because it is the format OSM uses for every comprehensive plan. For hard costs, parallel estimates were prepared and reconciled by Anderson Construction and an independent cost estimator RLB based on their review of the new site and building construction components. The $407 million figure at the top is Anderson Construction's all-in number for construction, and they will be sharing more details of their estimate process during this pivot period phase. That number also includes all of the state-required 1.5% green energy technology, and there are additional owner allowances included for significant right-of-way improvements and abatement costs. The soft costs are based on both leveraging design and engineering work that has already occurred, as well as planning for owner costs that reflect the latest cost data we have from recent projects escalated to current dollars. There is contingency within the overall project budget that equals 10% of the total project costs based on requirements for new construction, and the overall escalation of the hard costs that are shown here through the middle of construction are included in the hard cost estimate. Next slide, please. The slides show a further breakdown of current budget, actuals to date, and additional budget required based on the overall current budget estimate. The additional budget required based on these costs is about $125 million, above the current budget and funding for this project. I'll now hand this over to Brad Nile from Anderson Construction, who will discuss the details of their estimating process. Next slide.
So I'm here representing Anderson Construction and our consortium partners. who are members of the Jefferson community. And these consortium partners further PPS's goal of opening opportunities for underrepresented firms. They've been part of this process from the beginning, and they have provided valuable insights to the team. What you're looking at on this slide expands the hard cost estimating detail with specific budget categories from the 2022 estimate on the left that precedes Anderson involvement in this project, and Anderson's most recent estimate shown on the right. Note that there are 2 years of evaluation, investigation, dialogue that has occurred between these two breakdowns. During that time, we have continuously collaborated with the third-party estimating firm responsible for the pricing on the left and reconciled our pricing with them at several milestones throughout the project. Anderson and our consortium partners are responsible for the pricing on the right, and we offer 4 key points regarding this process. First, we have approached our estimating work with a deep understanding of the intended scope, including the PPS EdSpec, PPS Climate Action Plan, PPS Resiliency Initiative, the current structural building code requirements, which have changed compared to other recent high school projects, and relevant and current hazardous material abatement needs for the demolition of the existing campus, which were not included in the original 2022 estimate. Second point, we've selected key trade partners. Note that this was through a competitive process. They have provided to us relevant and current pricing for the following complex scopes associated with this project: mass timber structure, masonry, exterior panel wall framing, elevators, plumbing and mechanical, fire protection, electrical, fire alarm, audiovisual, IT, and security. These scopes represent 38% of the current estimated direct hard cost. Note that these estimated scopes represent current market conditions, and these scopes have escalated higher than the rates predicted in the 2022 budget. Our consortium partners have also participated and provided pricing for the scopes of abatement, demolition, earthwork, site concrete, framing drywall, and plaster. And these scopes represent 14% of the cost of work. Third point, we've accounted for the complexity and safety measures necessary to build the new Jefferson while the campus is occupied. This contributes to additional general conditions and general requirements that were not assumed in the 2022 budget. And finally, we have used compounding inflation multipliers to forecast where the market will be at the midpoint of construction, which is August of 2027. This is 2 years later than previously anticipated. These multipliers include 7% for 2024, 6% for 2025, 5% for 2026, and 4% to August of 2027. As you can imagine, those compounding inflation rates add to the bottom line, and the additional 2 years of time has added significant cost to the project. As a note, if you were to apply these inflationary rates to the cost of Lincoln High School, we would be very close to our cost per square foot represented here. We have full detail available that elaborates on the cost categories that you see on this slide, and specifically those with the greatest difference between the 2022 and the 2024 estimates. I'll hand it back to OSM.
Thank you, Brad, and thanks again to the board for the opportunity to present this project pivot, and we welcome your questions.
I have a question about that last slide. What was the yellow? Maybe you said this and I was multitasking. What are the highlights?
So we highlighted those because they are the scopes that have where we have the greatest differential between the 2022 estimate and the 2024 estimate.
I had other questions about the schedule. I don't know if you can go back, but there's a type 2 land use review, then there's a type 3 conditional use, then there's I had to write it out, then there's a type 2 land use, and some of those have appeals after them. Are those definite appeals, or have we just added time into the schedule in case there's an appeal, in case there's an appeal needed?
We've added time for the potential appeal. Some of those could overlap. There are processes that could allow that, but what we're showing here are the various timelines, and we like to submit after the appeal period is over.
Okay, and I understand that this is a conservative schedule, but is there a way to tighten up some of those land use, to run parallel process?
We have talked
or
with the
do
city.
they need to? I think do they need to be sequential?
We've talked with the city about those questions, and they really don't like it when we run them concurrently. And then we found that that was not a critical path for the project for us to do so.
Any other board questions?
So first, I want to thank the team for embracing the pivot. I know when it first was like, this is a pause, it's like, no pivot, because that still projects forward motion, which is, I think, what we all wanted. And I know when the community realized that students would have to leave the campus and what that might, the impact that that might have on the student body, that this whole team really pivoted. So thank you very much for bringing forward something that I think meets the needs of the community and also complies with the ed specs and builds a beautiful, it's like new facility for our students in Jefferson. So I want to thank you because I know how hard it was to do that pivot. It wasn't just like, hey, come up with a new plan. I did have one question, but two questions. One is I'm looking at the one frame that had the second and third stories, and I'm just wondering why in that one space there's not sort of stack. Yeah, that one. Why there's not stacking in the second and third floor, the third and fourth floors. That it looks like you have programming. Is it because it's the gym, and so there's.
Yeah, we don't want to put program over the gym, and we don't want to put program over the theater. So we really consolidated the classrooms and tried to orient them so that they would have good light rather than glare.
Great. Thanks. And then the other question, just wanted to confirm that the plans for the exterior of the athletic fields, that we have a plan that complies with Title IX, and for the sports programming that needs to happen there, especially since we started tonight, celebrating both our female and male student athletes.
We have both baseball and softball planned for. We have 4 tennis courts, and then we have the full football field with the track. The baseball field is a multi-use field that also includes a soccer pitch size multi-use field. So as far as we can tell, this complies with Title IX.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for the work that you did.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
I did have, if everybody's done, I just have one more question.
I just have a thought. I just appreciated the way you showed why there's an increase in cost, because I hate seeing that, you know, and explaining it helps. So, thank you.
I just have one last comment about the community engagement, and the co-locate has done an amazing job talking to community members and students and teaching that class to the students, the kind of design class, and I hope that they'll still be involved in some of this expanded work with community partners, and there's a lot happening, you know, in between the Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center and the Soul Restoration Center, and there's this kind of I don't know how to describe a necklace of, you know, string of arts organizations and community-based organizations that are all kind of, you know, trying to bring a Black art, a Black culture,
Exactly,
back
to
to
your
Killingsworth
point.
and Interstate, and
We're still developing the scope for this pivot with our design team, fleshing it out, but the plan right now is to involve co-locate in cultural placemaking for Jefferson High School, and really helping to create the identity of the place in keeping with the community, and using them and their skills and how deeply entrenched they already are in the community as the advantage in that exercise.
That's great. I'm also really thrilled to see the school fronting Killingsworth. Yeah, it's really cool. I know there was a lot of pushback, but having a porch and an entryway really is inviting the community in and shows the students that we care about them. And I think it's really great. Thank you.
This is not so much a question for the team, more a comment to the board. That's one I made a few months ago. I'm supportive of building this high school for 1,700. I think it's the right direction to go. The board has given that pretty clear direction. What we haven't really done is talk about what that's going to mean. And I don't think the community's quite internalized what that means. It means redrawing high school district boundaries and doing so relatively quickly. And we know that will be a highly political and contentious process. And so I'm flagging that for two reasons. One, I think the community should know as we're moving forward on this what that means, but I think the board should also know what that's going to mean. And we're going to need to give some direction to the superintendent relatively soon in terms of what that process looks like, the timeline, the engagement, because we're going to be redrawing boundaries for hundreds of households in order to fill Jefferson, which is, again, I think it's the right direction, the direction we should go. It's going to require some bravery on the board. I just want to keep calling that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I live within you know, my kids could choose, we could choose to go to Jefferson, but when I attended Jefferson, I had to live with my grandmother for a couple of years so I could attend the school. And I feel like if you buy a house in that neighborhood, like it's been gentrified over the last 5 decades, you know, you should send your kids to the school, and the school should be as great as any other school, you know, to draw the students in. So it's going to be a hard process, and I think, you know, I'm looking down 20 years when we have a fully enrolled high school with people thriving. And but you're right, that's going to be a hard conversation.
I think it's worth noting we did pass a resolution directing this. I think it will be the next superintendent to engage in a process with establishing neighborhood boundaries for the Jefferson High School. We did it at the Jefferson meeting that we had at Jefferson High School, I believe.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Next steps. What are the next steps?
We're gonna head into schematic design now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All right, next we have the first reading on 3 policies this evening. One is the diploma diploma policy 4.20.042-P. Next one is district-wide advocacy and fundraising 7.10.020-P. And the next one is the Junior Reserve Officer Training, Corporate Military Careers 6.20.043-P. Director Bermero, would you like to introduce these first readings?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hollins. So for the record, the first readings are essentially introductions, and the second readings are adoptions. So tonight's the introduction of 3 policies that came out of the policy committee, and the first one is the diploma requirements. Do you want me to do all 3 of them together? Okay, so the first policy was related to diploma requirements. It came out of the committee with the unanimous recommendation for first reading and the introduction. The 2023 Oregon Legislature enacted a number of changes to graduation requirements, including extending a pause on the essential skills requirement until 2027. Additionally, requires students beginning with the class of 2027 to complete 0.5 credits to personal financial education and higher education and career path skills to satisfy diploma requirements. This policy was in the both the policy committee, and then it went over to Chair Wong's student success committee for some discussion. and as he referenced earlier tonight, a discussion about what should we require of our students for graduation. I want to be clear that there's more work to be done around the diploma requirements, around what our expectations are for our students. We wanted to move ahead with this piece because the legislature has acted, and it's useful for our families and students, if they look at our policy, to see an accurate depiction of what the graduation requirements are. But we expect potentially more to come from the Student Success Committee. There wasn't any public comment on this particular measure. I will say we had an earlier version that just removed the essential skills, but we decided because the legislature has paused it, that was a previous requirement, graduation requirement. We put it back in, and it's footnoted that the legislature has just paused it because we want to leave in the expectation that there may be essential skills or sort of base level requirements where the legislature may restore them. So that is the diploma requirements policy that we first read. Again, if anybody wants to comment on it, it'll be both posted and you also can come to the April 11th policy committee meeting if you want to comment on them. Okay. The next policy is the district-wide advocacy and fundraising policy. This policy came out of the committee with the support of a unanimous recommendation, including the support of Student Representative Silverstein, to bring it to the board for first reading or introduction and into the public comment period. This is a policy change that's been discussed, debated, and worked on since at least 2017. It wasn't a rushed or secretive process. We've had many public meetings where we've heard a whole variety of perspectives from our community on this particular policy and the practice. And just as background, post-ballot measure 5 in the mid-1990s, PPS supported the establishment of a district-wide foundation, the Portland Schools Foundation, which was a driving force both in Salem and in Portland for better funding. The Portland Schools Foundation created district-wide calls for actions and results. They generated actions in which thousands of Portland parents marched in the streets and marched on Salem. They raised the level of the state school fund, established the concept of a local option, which we're now taking advantage of 4 times, which provides about $100 million a year for us. The foundation in the 2002 and 2003 recession they helped lead the efforts to pass a local income tax surcharge. So we didn't have to cut 5 weeks from the school year and have the shortest school year in the nation. The Portland School Foundation also housed local school foundations, which were allowed to raise funds for staff for their individual schools. The Portland Schools Foundation was a leader in the state in pressuring Salem to do more and better. Since that time, and because of the efforts of the Portland Schools Foundation, our labor partners, thousands of parents, the Coalition for School Funding Now, we have a local option, the art tax, ballot measure 98 to pay for CTE, several bonds providing more than $2 billion in funding, including some that took pressure off our operational budgets, which now allows us to buy textbooks and pay for IT with bond funds versus operating dollars. We also have the Student Success Act, which created a new corporate tax for schools. We still need Salem to do better, full stop. I think we all agree on that. And because of our local efforts and the district-wide foundation and the efforts that parents and our labor partners and community members joined in on in a collective action, we now have our music, PE, CT in all our schools, social workers, psychologists, climate specialists, restorative justice staff, campus safety associates, new curriculum, lower class sizes in most of our schools, and many other school-based supports that didn't exist in the late 1990s when we started the district-wide foundation that also allowed for local school fundraising. The transparent inequity that exists in when some schools are able to pay for staff with individual school-raised funds and others are not is apparent. There's been a robust discussion about whether to continue to practice or to focus on a collective impact model and build out a more robust district-wide foundation fundraising effort. There have been many policy committee meetings when this has been discussed, And I want to thank Director DePass, who asked that we hold focus groups to hear more from those we don't often hear from. And because of that, in 2022, roundtables were held from schools without foundations, representing school communities with students who are marginalized. Staff invited community members, and Director Green and Chair Hollins also recommended parent leaders to participate in the roundtables. In addition, with district staff, a principal survey was conducted. Generally, there was broad support to change practice from individual school fundraising for their own schools and move to a district-wide fundraising platform. In 2022, we had 2 full board work sessions on the topic, and Policy Committee Chair Lowry held committee meetings on potential changes as well. On May 31st of that year, Chair Lowry, as we were wrapping up the school year, was not able to move forward with any recommended changes. So via email, she asked Chair Hollins and myself to connect and talk through options for a draft foundation policy, and that she looked forward to our creativity and innovation in this daunting matter. So a couple months later, when Director Hollins became chair and I became the policy committee chair, we had this as part of our committee work plan. Leading up to and during the strike, our committee and most other committees didn't meet. After the strike was settled, this topic was again on our agenda. In the policy committee, different options were considered that could result in more equitable fundraising and staffing supports for our schools. Over the past several months, we considered 2 options, one which retained some individual school fundraising, and one that shifted to a district-wide fundraising model. They were posted and discussed in committee. The policy draft that we have tonight that is being first read, option number 1, shifts to a district-wide foundation model for fundraising for staff versus an individual school fundraising model. PPS is a foundation that has a district-wide mission, the Fund for PPS, which could serve as the district-wide foundation role, or another 501c3 could also perform that role. Other changes included in the policy: elevating the advocacy for public schools as an important role, once again, for the district-wide foundation, knowing that we're stronger together when we show up in Salem, when we're marching in the streets. We also built in a process for how distributions from district-wide fundraising could be made based on a question in committee from Director Sullivan. It also encourages parent and individual school groups to register with the district-wide foundation so that we can again mobilize all of the various groups that want to support our individual schools and our students, whether they're booster clubs, PTAs, foundations, so that we have a really strong base that together we can, again, not only go to Salem, but also advocate for public schools together. Schools that have school communities that have both the capacity to raise money at their own schools, but also those that don't. I also want to thank a very important thing in this policy draft, which we've had questions about. It also acknowledges that all money raised by individual schools right now for this school year will be allowed to pay for staff for the 2024-25 school year. So there's a long runway for us to shift to a district-wide foundation model. I want to thank and acknowledge Chair Hollins for jumpstarting the process for planning how we could enhance and accelerate district-wide foundation fundraising. There'll be a draft planning process posted with policy committee materials next week, and we welcome the community's engagement in helping build a stronger district-wide advocacy and fundraising capabilities. This can be a forward together. The committee spent time reviewing other foundation models in Oregon and PPS. And PPS was the sole outlier that allowed individual school communities to raise money to fund staff at their individual schools. All other districts in Oregon, again, we're the only district in the state that allows it. All of the districts either did not allow it or required fundraising for staff to happen at the district level, and there be an equitable distribution of funding to purchase staff at all schools. This is not a replacement. I want to just be absolutely clear. This is not a replacement for strong advocacy in Salem for better funded schools. Since 1997, when I chaired the citywide Coalition for School Funding Now, advocating for a more robust statewide school funding following Ballot Measure 5, I've been involved in every statewide school funding measure, including helping lead the building of the Student Success Act. We all need to work together because that's where our power is going to be, and we'll have more equitable fundraising and supports for our students across the district. We need to build a strong statewide advocacy effort, and PPS has and can lead in that. And we can also have equitable district-wide foundation fundraising that provides some additional local funds for schools. At the next policy committee, we'll have expanded slots for public comments on this public policy, because I know that people have very strong feelings about this, and we want to allow people to share their thoughts, ideas, and recommendations for us. And I just want to be clear, we'll have enough slots that individuals on both sides of the issue can present. And then we'll also, in the committee meeting, consider public comment we've received.
All right, so this is something a little different than we've done before. I know that there are some board members who want to make comments around this, so we'll open up for hear their comments.
Yes, I do. The first people to contact me when I became a member of the board were foundation people from both sides of the question. Both had reasonable arguments for their side. Both care about their schools and other schools in the district. I have seen materials about the meetings last spring, and Julia talked about quite a few of those. And that's when people started talking instead of blaming. And I have seen requests for getting together with a group like Innovation Studio and coming up with a plan for a district-wide fundraiser that would help everyone. But this policy is not that. It does not really help anyone at this point, but it does take away whatever small amount might be raised for that extra paraprofessional or library aid that can make a real difference to a classroom or a school. There is no plan for how district-wide fundraising might work. There is no plan for how the money would be raised or how it would be allocated. As one email I received stated, if we raise money and don't know where it will go, it is just another tax. There is no reason to rush this process, especially in a time when every dollar counts. It will take time, staff, and resources to create an effective district-wide foundation. This policy change deserves a thoughtful process that includes all the voices in the community. What we need is enough money for every school so that we don't need fundraisers at all. We need to put pressure on the state for the QEM and the federal government to get needed dollars promised for special education. We also have a levy election coming up on May 21st, which has already been mentioned, and a bond in the fall. Let's put our energy there. And maybe we can get to a place where there is less need for fundraisers at all. But taking them away now with no actual replacement in place, in my opinion, will harm students. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll just start by saying I support changes to our foundation policy. As I've said before, the ability of one community to provide services at one school that other schools don't receive violates our racial equity and social justice values. And I've always said and continue to believe that we should engage in a thoughtful and collaborative process to make changes to this policy. And that's one reason I'm frustrated by the policies that's before us tonight for a first reading. The process for developing this policy change was not thoughtful, it was not inclusive, and it was not collaborative. It was not focused on building community consensus or lifting up all of our schools, but instead it was focused on finding a villain. And like so many issues locally and nationally, people are intentionally separating into competing sides instead of working together towards a common solution. Social media contributes to and amplifies this dynamic, and we're all worse off as a result. And tonight, the board has a choice. We can move this policy forward and contribute to that division, or we can truly be inclusive and collaborative in a way that disrupts it. Our current practice around individual school fundraising has the potential to create inequities. At the same time, it bears repeating that parents who have raised millions of dollars to provide additional services to PPS students and share 30% of those dollars with other schools have done nothing wrong. They have worked hard to fill in the gaps left by our state legislature, and they've done so in the only way they know how, by raising money to add a part-time librarian or educational assistant or music teacher that benefits not just their child, but the entire school, including the underserved students who attend every PPS school. Chair Hollins made an effort in spring of 2023 to bring the two sides together, and despite my initial skepticism, it seemed to have a real impact. People on opposing sides started meeting in real life. It became clear that everyone wants the same thing for our kids, and while we may disagree about how to get there, the dialogue was and remains important. Unfortunately, the goodwill that was created by that meeting was lost in September when Director Brunmetter invited Foundation reform advocates to submit a policy for consideration that did not include input from those who have concerns about what their schools and their students may lose. That decision broke the trust that was being built, and subsequently each side retreated to their respective corners. As a result, we've wasted the last year, amplifying divisions in our community instead of working to bridge them. I asked the policy committee in September to use PPS's Innovation Studio to engage in a truly collaborative process and report back to the board this spring. In fact, they would have been reporting back to the board right now. I never heard back on that suggestion. I've been asked why, if I believe this policy should change, that I don't support this change. And one of the first things that we teach public policy and public administration students is the impact of unintended consequences. History is rife with examples of well-meaning policy changes that backfired spectacularly. This policy change, done in this way, will backfire on the district. Many months ago, I said that our existing foundation policy is racist. By that, I meant and mean that it contributes to the systemic racism that infects so much of our society and our districts. I stand by that statement. But advocates for change have tried to use those words against me and argue that as a result, I have to support their changes immediately. And I want to tell a very personal story about why they are wrong. So in March of 2004, my mom married her partner of over 10 years. And that may not sound remarkable to many people, but prior to March of 2004, it had been illegal for same-sex couples to marry. In March of 2004, the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners decided that denying same-sex couples the right to marry violated the Oregon Constitution, and so they started issuing marriage licenses. Many Oregonians will remember what happened next, with multiple legal challenges, different rulings, different interpretations. Ultimately, Multnomah County's actions were struck down by the Supreme Court, and those marriage licenses, including my mom's, were revoked. More importantly than that, however, in November of 2004, a ballot measure passed, 57% to 43%, enshrining in the Oregon Constitution that marriage is between one man and one woman. This is an example of unintended consequences. The statute that prohibited my mother from getting married was discriminatory and it was wrong. It did actual real harm to my family. And while I appreciate the motivation behind the Multnomah County Commission's attempts to correct that wrong, by doing so in the way they did, they caused a backlash that turned what had been a statutory discrimination against the LGBTQIA+ community into a constitutionally protected discrimination. Their actions made the situation worse for gays and lesbians in Oregon, including my family. Now, this board does have the authority to make this change, and it will not be overturned by a court. But if the change we make results in worse outcomes for our students, including underserved students at impacted schools, have we done any good? Or have we passed a performative policy that makes us feel like we've done something good, as I'm sure Multnomah County Commissioners felt, but in reality sets back the cause we are striving for? I also want to address the argument that passing this policy change will somehow change the dynamic around state funding of education. There is no evidence for that, and when I asked advocates to provide justification for this claim, they were unable to. In actuality, I think we have evidence to the contrary. This community was incredibly mobilized and activated by the teacher strike last fall, and a large contingent of parents traveled to Salem during the short session to advocate for PPS funding. I greatly admire their efforts, and I hope it results in something in the future. But I want to point out that not only did the legislature not fund PPS's request for $30 million to offset the cuts that we have to make as a result of the PAT contract, the legislature also cut PPS out of the summer school funding formula completely. I want to repeat that. The legislature also cut PPS out of the summer school funding formula completely, funding that we were counting on to help offset some of the learning loss our children have experienced this year. Passing this policy change will not change the dynamic in Salem. In the last policy committee meeting, Director Bim Edwards said that fundraising for staff is different than other fundraising because staff are, quote, the most important thing for student achievement. I agree. This policy change takes away staff from our students without having a pragmatic or practical approach to replacing them. In fact, when I asked Beth Kavanaugh how to respond to a parent who's concerned about losing staff, she acknowledged that a change will likely decrease staffing for schools that historically raised funding for their kids. And that's the rub. This policy will take something away from our kids, including the thousands of underserved students who attend those impacted schools. That is apparently the goal. And it does nothing to build a replacement system that lifts up all students. We're doing the easy work by changing the policy. We're not doing the hard work by building up the foundation. Why are we considering a policy that will take away something that we know is the most effective thing when it comes to student achievement? With all of that, there's a better path. We can build a broad coalition where everyone agrees on the problem, and we get general consensus on a solution. We can simultaneously build our district-wide fundraising apparatus in a way that grows the resources available to our students instead of reducing them. It will take time, effort, and resources, but I'm confident we can create a process that does that. With that, I'd like to make a motion tonight to direct the superintendent to create an authentic engagement strategy using the Innovation Studio, report back to the board in 9 months with community-led, co-created recommendations on how to move forward. I also move to ask the Student Success Committee to make recommendations to the board within 60 days on how to empower and appropriately resource the fund for PPS.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Is there a two motions?
I consider them together, but.
So we need a motion and a second.
Second.
We need a motion.
For which one are we second motion? I put them together. If the board wants to separate them, we could, but I put them together. Do I have to do a motion to separate them? I think if the board wants to consider them separately, I would consider that a discussion. So this is giving me a motion across the table.
I think if there's any inclination to treat them separately, they should be considered and voted on separately.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll revise. I'll make a motion. Again, the first motion would be to direct the superintendent to create an authentic engagement strategy using the Innovation Studio, report back to the board in 9 months with community-led, co-created recommendations on how to move forward.
Is there a motion and a second?
I move. You move, I second.
We have a motion, motion from Director Scott's, second from Director Sullivan. I'll just do the names. All right, all in favor of the motion?
I'd like to speak to that.
Discussion.
So we have had, since 2017, dozens of meetings, many opportunities for board members to come to the meetings, to offer things. And again, you laid out a schedule which directed, when you were the chair, Director Scott, to direct Director Ailey, or Director Lowry, to come up with a policy. And it was very clear we were going to consider, she was going to bring something out of committee, it was going to be considered. It never came out of committee. And it didn't come out of committee because we have this continual delay. So, and you've described this as controversial. Well, disrupting inequities is never easy, and it's often controversial. But we should not further delay. We've already had 5 or 6 years delay. And I will just say, for the schools that didn't receive, so the vast majority of our schools, including a lot of schools in East Portland and North Portland that don't have any capacity to raise funds. Maybe they got a little crumb that was left over in the 1/3 because we divided the 1/3 by a lot of schools versus the 2/3 that stayed out of school. We had continuous delays, and there's no need for further delay. I would say that what we should be directing the superintendent to do is actually come back with a plan for last year, all schools, and probably the first time there was some equitable discretionary staffing was the COVID ESSER money, $8 million that went out. For the first time, lots of schools in my district in Southeast Portland had an opportunity to do the things that other schools, that parents, when there's robust parent fundraising, could do, like buy a part of a PE teacher, or bring art in, or have EAs in all the classrooms. Nobody has raised the fact, and we know that's not going to be in the budget next year, that what harm is that going to do to our students? And so to me, this is just a measure to, once again, delay things. And actually, when I had a conversation with I did have a conversation with the Innovation Studio, they weren't going to start until January, and they wouldn't have been able to bring anything that would have had an impact for the next year. So I would recommend that we stay the course. We've spent a lot of time in committee. We made a decision to move this out. Director Hollins has provided us with a platform that we can build on for a district-wide fundraising plan. We have a whole year to work on it, and so I would ask my fellow board members to reject this motion and stay the course.
Any further discussion?
No, just that I appreciate the comments that you've made, and I feel like we're 170 years into the history of this district, and 7 years into the process, and I think it's time to just rip the Band-Aid off and make this change. And I appreciate you sharing your personal story, but I'm also a graduate of this system and went to schools that did not benefit from the fundraising, even didn't know about it. And so for the first time in history, we have a board that's diverse, racially diverse, and we have an opportunity to make the change here.
Yeah, also just a quick comment. I think your idea of having the Student Success Committee explore ways to organize and fundraise is a great idea. I also agree with Director Pass, that it's part of human nature to, when all your eggs are in one basket, to go for it. I remember a musician I really respected, and one of his fans asked him, how'd you make it in the music industry? Because it's so difficult. And he said, you just got to put it all in, and that's all you got, because humans are survivors. And that really stuck with me, because it's one of those things where I think there's a lot of fear around this because it is change, and change is always scary. I also want to put it out there that I don't want to villainize anyone. I know you mentioned this, and it really hurts my heart. The parents that do organize these fundraising and stuff, they're allies. They're people of amazing resource, and they're fundraising for their schools. They're to be respected and appreciated. I want to bring them into the fold of a district-wide vision, and this is why I want to talk about it as a vision, because it's scary because it's change, but we also have to remember PPS is an outlier. There are other models for district-wide foundations that we could easily adopt. So many districts across the country have a model that does it successfully. The thing with local school foundations is that it's a limit. There's a real limit to it. There's only so much you can raise. But a district-wide foundation, when all our eggs are in one basket, when everyone is working together, it can be not only a fundraising group, but it can also be an advocacy group. Something that when I go and talk to parents all across, especially the zone I represent, which is a lot of low-income areas, a lot of parents don't have the resources to give. But there's so much drive. One of the biggest questions I get all the time is we want to be part of a big movement. We want to help PPS and stuff. Who do we go to? And I can't really give a straight up answer. And if the part of the vision that I foresee for us is that having a district-wide, one group is not only can be a fundraising group, but an advocacy group. It can be a center point. You can imagine as much as you want. And not only that, we can copy other people who have done it well, right? We can have parents on the board, teachers on the board, and people are power, and more people is more power. I used the wrong word. Are more power. Anyways, thank you. It's on public record, so you can correct me later. So I think it is one of those situations where, we are creatures of survival. If we don't just rip off the Band-Aid and go for it, there's a risk it can never get done, and we don't realize the potential. Thank you. And I do think of the idea of Student Success Committee exploring how to organize and get advocacy is a great idea.
Maybe there's even another committee in here somewhere. I just also want to recognize as a single parent, I was not able to participate in the fundraisers. I couldn't even afford the tickets, even when they were $25. And so I was outside of looking in at the auction and all the fun things happening, and I couldn't go. I couldn't give $1. And so that's, I feel like we need to include people, give them a way to participate that doesn't necessarily involve lots of money, that they can volunteer their time and attention. So I appreciate your comments there.
I just want to make one quick comment because I completely agree that the schools that don't have the capacity to raise funds are the schools we should be focused on. This policy does nothing to change that. And that's my concern with it, is that it takes away from schools that are fundraising without replacing anything at the schools that aren't. And I think that's why it's a lose-lose for the district.
I'll just say it creates a district-wide foundation that will be the center. Like we spend a lot of time looking at what other districts do, and other districts have district-wide.
We have a district-wide foundation,
but it doesn't raise money district-wide to give. Okay, well, it needs to be reformed because it actually has just.
That's what we need to work on.
Okay,
I'm doing.
I'm just saying. Again, I'll have posted a district-wide foundation fundraising plan. And again, it could be the fund for PPS, and I know that you attended their meetings. They have a very small board. It's not inclusive of a lot of other, either our parents or our larger community-based organizations. And we can. I mean, I believe in the potential, and I saw it with the Portland Schools Foundation. They had 30,000 people marching in the streets right after Measure 5. And I do believe we're way stronger together, and there is a potential replacement. And again, I want to thank Director Hollins, like Lionel Hollins, for coming up with a draft. And I do think the partnership with the current fund board can be built on. So I don't think we're replacing with nothing. And I will just remind you, I would just say one of the things in this policy, it does allow the inequity to continue for yet another year, and at the same time, all those schools that don't have foundations or get the 2/3 dollars are not going to get their ESSER dollars this year. That $8 million, we don't have again, so there will be harm this year. At the same time, we're going to allow them to continue because it's the right thing to do. People have been raising money all year, and so I recognize that you don't just cut that off. But I think we need to recognize that harm's been happening for a long period of time, and I wish everybody had come to the roundtables and listened to parents talk about, like, we're like the pity parade. If like the crumbs that we get from the wealthy schools, and like we're supposed to be satisfied with that, and frankly, they can buy like 4 or 5 EAs to support their students, and at the same time, we can't even raise. We get like $10,000 to $30,000, which doesn't allow us to like basically pay for anything. And so, I would just say that it's gone on long enough, and there's already been lots of harm, and I would hope we all represent the whole city, not just the zones that we're from, and that if you look at the districts, the schools that can raise the most money, they are predominantly the ones in the highest socioeconomic schools with the least diverse student bodies. And that's not to say that they don't have diverse students, but they have the least. And then if you look at the schools that get the equity grants, which are a pittance compared to what some of the other schools raise, they are predominantly students of color. They have large numbers of students who may speak a different language at home, and they also are in some of the lowest zip codes in the city. And then there's a whole group of schools that are kind of in the middle. They can't raise the money, but they also don't get any equity grants, so they just don't have anything. So, Director Hollins, Chair Hollins, I would question and ask for a vote.
All right. Any last questions, comments, thoughts? Okay. We'll go ahead and call the vote. Word is
Right, so this is the motion to refer this policy to the Innovation Studio to develop, to create authentic engagement, maybe.
Actually, it wasn't to refer the policy, it was directing the superintendent to have
Intended
it, it didn't actually say anything about the policy.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna ask Director
I'm
Scott
asking
to read,
Andrew,
to
yeah,
read
glad
it again
Director
because.
Scott.
I'm happy to read it again, but I guess I just want to make sure, Director Meadows, is that intended to say that you're going to continue to move forward with this policy if this amendment changes? Do I need?
Well, what you moved was you were directing the superintendent to run a process through.
A process about this policy. I just want to make sure that that's really clear on the legislative record. I just want to make it
So can
That's
you,
fine. We still are having a first reading tonight.
okay, hold on.
Which
Can we
doesn't,
get to the vote?
we've actually just, okay.
Gotcha. So can you please restate the thing and then we can vote?
Yeah,
on
it's
it
a motion
from
to
there.
direct the superintendent to create an authentic engagement strategy using the Innovation Studio and report back to the board in 9 months with community-led co-created recommendations on how to move this policy forward.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
No. Student Director Silverstein?
No.
All right, motion fails with a vote of 5-2, with Student Director Silverstein voting no. All right, what's the second motion? Oh, you did them together? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Any other further discussions, thoughts?
Yes. So on the policy specifically, there are two concerns that I have, and I'll state them now because this is the time for board members to talk about their concerns, so the policy committee can take them into account. One, the parent committee is undefined. It's undefined both in terms of who will be on it and exactly how it will function. I find that very problematic because they will have the responsibility of any funds that are raised through a district-wide foundation in terms of how to distribute them. And the second one, I'm going to be a little bit careful about this, but as a board, we have a staff report that is privileged and confidential that explains a significant legal challenge and legal issue with this policy. And so I think that's worthy of a full board conversation that I think we need to do in executive session. I'm not suggesting we do that tonight, but I am suggesting that we schedule an executive session between now and the second reading where the entire board can consider the legal issues that have been raised by council about this policy.
So, really quick question. My question is, wouldn't that be the role of an AD, administrative director? It's like,
For the parent committee?
well, no, just I mean, like, because my understanding is the policy just sets the direction, the what, right, and the how would be an administrative director, right?
For the parent committee or the legal issue? Because they're
The
very separate.
parent, the issue in the policy, yeah.
That's one way. I mean, again, the board could cede that to the superintendent to decide what that looks like. Okay.
One of the things that I would say is there's a parent committee, but that language actually was suggested by staff, which I incorporated, and I just added in that there also be board support, so that Director Sullivan had raised concerns in the committee about parents raising money for a district-wide foundation and not knowing how it would be spent. So based on conversations with staff, they came up with some recommended language which included the parent committee, and I then added the approval by the board, so there would be a sort of board check as part of that. I will say that I appreciate you're raising an issue, and I'm not sure I'd agree with your characterization of significant. And I would say that also, we're not going to pass a policy that has significant legal challenges. They will be worked out, and the issues have been raised that they may or may not be issues. So, I think we should let the process continue. And if there's an issue, we're also having a meeting with the Fund for PPS that if there's an issue, yes, we could have an executive session, but there is not yet an issue, and I don't know that I would characterize it as significant. And I would, throughout the process, I will say that our general counsel reviewed the drafts, and I very much respect, having been the policy committee chair for several years, that I will listen to the advice and the counsel of the district's general counsel so that we do things in a way that don't jeopardize the 501c3 nature of whatever the district foundation is.
So, I mean, to your point, you said you wouldn't, but you did bring forward a policy that has significant legal issues. And
I'm going to just
Director-
disagree with you, and you're not supposed to. Frankly, it's a privileged and confidential.
Okay.
Pointing out of being
Okay, okay.
I was just waiting for you to
move
tell
forward.
it.
We need to move forward. Okay, hold on. We need to move
I
forward.
I was just being interrupted. I was just looking for a little help.
We need to move
Are
forward.
you threatening me?
We need to watch. Okay, hold on. We need to move on. We need to move on.
So again, a policy has come forward that's been raised by with significant legal issues. And so I'll go back. Director Bemedwards.
We need to move on.
Director Bemedwards.
We need to move on.
I'm asking the board to schedule a.
I heard about the
Okay, but I haven't heard the rest of the board.
between.
I've only heard Director Bemedwards.
Well, I don't know if that's a motion that we're going to be. That's not a motion. That's what's going on. But we need. I've heard your comments. I will check in with the board moving forward. But right now, we need to move on. Is that okay? All right. And let's move on to the next first reading, please.
The next policy is, pardon? The next policy that came out of the committee on a split vote is policy 6.20.0043, and it does two things. One, it changes the name of the policy from Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps to Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps and Military Careers. And it adds a paragraph that states, it's short so I'll just read it, in consultation with and approval of the superintendent, a high school principal may establish a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps program that aligns with PPS academic standards and policies and administrative directives. This was a policy that Director Green brought to the committee, and that we had several committee discussions about, and we also had a request for information from committee members about a number of things. One, about the training for instructors in a junior ROTC program, questions about the cost. There were also questions about alignment with our policy and administrative directives, and our academic standards. There were questions relating to how other school districts in the state or maybe across the country have either incorporated junior ROTC in their academic programs. And we had a Chris Brita, who is the CTE, I don't know his exact title, but he's the CTE master, who had conversations with both districts in Oregon and also in other states that had programs, and he shared how some of the programs worked in other districts and how specifically it worked in one Oregon district with the as part of a CTE or career technical education strand, and things that worked and things that were challenges. And so we got a lot of information related to that, and we had, I think, a good discussion. I also want to note that I think it's important to note that this actually does not say that we have a program, or it provides a process by which or how it would be done. So the question that we've had is if a high school principal wanted to bring a junior reserve officer training program, how would they do it? So this really sets the guardrails for how that would happen. There's a very separate discussion happening. I'm not in that committee, so I don't know all the details, but in the Student Success Committee with Director Wong around the standards for instruction, the curriculum, the cost, and so I assume like the what, if there is a program, and whether it meets our administrative directives or policy and our academic standards, that will be answered in Director Wong's committee. Again, this is just answering a question from a school community of if we were to do it, like under what circumstances. And so the circumstances are, and the guardrails are, it's with the consultation and approval of the superintendent, and it has to be aligned, any program has to be aligned with, of course, our academic standards, policy, and administrative directives. And again, that came out of committee with a split vote, but with a recommendation to move it to a first reading. So tonight's the first reading. Again, we'll have an opportunity for individuals to comment in the committee, our next committee meeting. And I don't know, Director Wong, if you want to add anything about your committee. I don't know if this is on the agenda moving forward. Okay, so.
I mean, it was a while ago, but we haven't talked about it in a while, so there's nothing new to, yeah.
Julia, I'm on it. I talked to you about. I don't think you added it, but I was wondering if we could add that a survey will be sent to assess the support of the school community before it would become.
I don't know if you saw my response to your
I did,
email.
but I didn't understand.
My response to the email is I would like you to bring that to the committee. We can have a discussion about it. I also would like to have assistant superintendent or the assistant superintendent for secondary talk about how they add courses, because I think at in high schools when the electives are added, there's sometimes school surveys, but obviously we're not going to add a course that no students want to take. But I would suggest you bring that, and I'm happy if just hand it to me.
Well, no,
Okay,
I will come.
you'll come. Okay, perfect. We can have that discussion, and I'll notice the superintendent. We'd like to have somebody talk about how we add courses and what we do and who we survey. We do.
This is just a little more controversial than adding a course. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Director Brim Edwards. The policy proposed to be revised or rescinded will be posted on the board website, and the public comment period is a minimum of 21 days. Please contact, we have contact information for public comments will be posted with the policy. The board expects to hold a second reading of the revised policy, which is a vote to approve them on May 7th. And also, there's going to be committee meetings as well for the public to come and express their opinion about the policies on either side. All right. The board will now vote on the consent agenda. Board members, is there any items you would like to pull for discussion?
I have a question. Wait, so what was the answer to your funding question about?
I'm sorry, what was
like the question about funding for the JROTC program? Like I know, but what was the answer?
I think that the answer was that was in Director Wong's committee. So it has a model, and obviously that's like anything else that costs. Pardon? That, as with anything else, an allocation of school resources, it's decided at the school level. And it's not insignificant, and I think it's a great question, and I would ask that we what it costs. We can fully understand that.
Yeah, so thanks for the question.
Chair Hollins, I just want to also make a note that I'm very much against having ROTC in our schools for lots of reasons. I just want to start with my dad, who's an immigrant from Panama. He came here to finish his high school career at Central Catholic. He was the first Negro to graduate from Central Catholic. He went right into the Air Force with a green card, and was denied food when he was in basic training, and also the benefits of the GI Bill when he got out of the Air Force. And so that's just a personal story. But also, I talked to someone who volunteers with an organization that prepares Black children, specifically PPS Black children, for careers in green jobs. And we were talking about this ROTC, and those jobs are going to continue to be in high demand, and they're well-paying family wage jobs. And unlike the military jobs that prepare you to work in the military, but not in the private sector. The ROTC at the college level, I've actually found someone that was advocating for it at the college level because the brain is further developed, and if you have a college degree, you're not going to be in the front line of fire. You're going to be enlisted as an officer, and you have greater opportunities starting off. So I just want to put it out there that's my feeling about it. I might be alone in that, but I feel very strongly that our kids, specifically our kids that don't have opportunities elsewhere, need career technical education that prepares them for jobs that are in high demand, that pay well, and that are local. Especially as we move to, renewable industry that's relying on renewable energy.
Okay.
I also
Does anyone else have any comments around the JROTC piece?
I spoke with District Student Council about this, and there were a lot of concerns, specifically about how the military has a pattern of targeting folks of color or people below the poverty line, and creating a pipeline to the military. And just also there was a lot of concern about a lack of student engagement, and there was expressed desire for that to happen, but many students felt that did not actually happen, and just overall the response from District Student Council was overwhelmingly negative.
I'm going to also ask, what are we, I asked in the policy committee, what are we solving? What are we trying to solve for? If it's opportunities for people that don't go to college, there's the Blueprint Foundation. Again, it prepares people that might not necessarily go to college for jobs in green energy. I want to prepare our students for jobs where they're not going to get killed, or they're not going to come back with PTSD and be unable to work. Or, my next stop is going to be the VA hospital. I want to talk to people there that can't work, that have mental health challenges, that are wounded, that are unable to be productive members of the community, and that they're sad about it, that they're throwing themselves off bridges over it. And so that's what my concern is, the human piece of this. Let's prepare kids for jobs where they won't be in the line of fire, but rather they can be members, taxpayers actually.
People go into the military for a lot of different reasons, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a JROTC program, and what we're looking at is providing kids options that may not be available to them. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. I will make a movement that we get up and leave. Now, I'm not like everyone else.
We have to be respectful, please, so we can hear everybody out. We can't just hear one side of it. Okay?
We can leave. We can take somewhere else.
Okay, I understand that you guys are speaking out and yelling. That's not going to solve anything as far as.
All right, just let me finish. I'll finish.
So,
what we're doing is, and please make sure the volume is right, because if they're going to get loud, then Herman Green will get louder. We are creating, what we're trying to do is create a dogmatic education system, one that does not teach our kids how to think, but rather what to think. We are talking about providing people with options. Now, JROTC is not for everyone, but it may be for someone. And for those people that it is for, we shouldn't be the ones that are standing up to say, you don't need to do that. What we are projecting in this space is our own opinion and our own bias. We have issues, but so because we have an issue, we do not even want to provide the option for someone else to consider. So therefore, what we are saying is, I know better than you, so therefore, you don't need to have this option. Let me make this decision for you, and one day you'll be smart enough to make a decision for yourself. That's the same thing that they said to black people when they were talking about, oh, you don't know how to work for yourself. So yeah, I will go there. So now, give kids an option. An educator is supposed to educate, not about your view, not about your opinion, because opinions are like underwear. Everybody's got them. Not everybody wears them. Some of them are clean. Some of them are dirty, but they are yours nonetheless. I don't care about your opinions. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. I want to know about factual data. So now, the data. It was. But we're not talking about Vietnam.
So we're going to move on. We're going to move on from this. So there is opportunities to have your opinions at the policy committee, but we need to move on from this. So now we're going to move on to our consent agenda. So that conversation is over. Now we're moving over to our consent agenda. The board will now vote on the consent agenda. Board members, if any other items you would like to pull for discussion, we will set those aside for the next time we meet. Hearing none. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
All right, board members, are there any other items you would like to pull? Do we have a motion to second and adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6883 through 6889 and 6891 through 6893. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed indicate by saying no. Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right. Consent agenda pass. We have comments. Tonight we'll have comments from our PAT President, Bonilla.
We made it. Thank you. Hi, Angela Juanilla, President of the Portland Association of Teachers. Normally I start with kudos. I'm going to start with gratitudes. I'm grateful for the responsive nature of our interim superintendent, Dr. Husk. I've asked for a meeting to better understand the budget cuts and the decisions that were made to make them, so thank you for that. I'm grateful for our educators, support staff, community who continue to advocate against these cuts and who demand transparency and community input. And as always, I'm grateful for the educators, support staff, custodial and nutrition staff, services staff that choose to work here every day, despite the working conditions that they have to endure. I'm here to lift up the voices of my members in the community, some of the same voices who came to speak to y'all tonight. PBS contracted with a firm to send out a poll in January 2024 about the Portland Teachers Levy, the results of which were released to the Oregonian about a week ago. From that poll, we saw PBS families, staff, and students and community members made it clear. Only 21% of respondents had a somewhat favorable or very favorable view of this school board, of which 3% said they had a very favorable view of this board. For comparison, PPS teachers came in at 66% with 42% very favorable. PPS support staff came in at 68% with 46% very favorable. PPS principals came in at 44% with 13% very favorable. And even PAT came in at 52% with 26% very favorable. 50% of respondents believe PPS is on the quote quote pretty off on the wrong track, and end quote, and only 24% said that we were heading in the right direction. When asked how satisfied are you with the Portland Public School District, with how the Portland Public School District spends taxpayer dollars, the net satisfied was 32%, with only 6% very satisfied, and the net not satisfied was 57%, with 33 not satisfied at all. Why am I bringing up this poll? Well, part of the PPS constituent engagement summary from the firm, it was different contract, different firm, that heard from 1,823 students, parents, and family members, PPS employees, and community members, mentioned that the top district challenge is about trust. Quote, a breakdown in trust was highlighted across all groups. Attention should be paid to repairing and restoring trust with employees, parents, and families and community by enhancing transparency, communication, and community involvement in school and district decision making. What we are asking for, and what we've repeatedly asked for, is transparency and meaningful community input. PPS has to be surgical with the level of cuts they are making. We lost over 100 educators, FTE, in the budget presented 2 years ago, and about 70 FTE in the budget presented last year. PPS's pattern of cuts to direct service staff is not something that was caused by a strike. This is a pattern, and we cannot continue to cut resources and staff that serve students and expect to meet the goals that y'all have put forth. Regardless of how often Director Scott uses his position on this publicly elected board to disparage the union, and thus the teachers who serve this district, we are not the problem. The district's priorities are the problem. We have also seen communications shared with families and communities stating that these cuts will only increase classes by 1 student on average, and that cuts to arts, music, library, and dance will not impact student experiences. And these things are just blatantly untrue. The numbers shared with reporters about the cuts per school do not match what educators were presented at their sites. In addition, it undercounts students that are currently at these schools. So how can the district guarantee that classes will only increase by 1 when classes, on average, when classes are already above the numbers presented? If an art teacher, for example, is cut from 1.0 FTE to 0.8 FTE, that school's program is reduced by 20%. Losing a library aide, whose positions are eliminated across the district, as y'all heard, means that a school cannot open the library for book checkout any day a teacher librarian or a media specialist is not at the school. The current plan to make educators whole includes splitting them across multiple schools. This means libraries across the district will be closed multiple days a week. How will students learn the love of reading and cement that love with their choice books if they can't access their library? We've also learned that more than 50% of our school-based restorative justice coordinators who have helped us reduce disproportionate discipline of our Black and brown students have been cut. Conveniently, this happened after they became unit members of PAT. You have heard from special educators multiple times, but I would be remiss if I didn't speak up about the cuts to specialized special education services. I encourage the district to reconsider the choices made by the administrators to cut adaptive PE, the feeding team, the assistive tech team, BCBAs, and other specialized groups. Not only is it wrong to cut these services, it is illegal, as many students have these services written into their IEPs, individualized education plans. IEPs that the directors have tried to demand case managers to review and revise to remove those supports. Luckily, our special educators know federal law and have refused to revise IEPs based on available programs, as the law demands we write their plans based on student needs and team decisions. PPS's own comprehensive annual financial report for the year ending June 30th, 2023 shows that in 2023, spending on administration, central support services, and business support services grew faster than spending on instruction and spending as a whole. The budgeted expenditures for purchased services have increased, and the district budgeted more than peer districts on purchased services. The comprehensive annual financial report showed that the district approved or amended 60 more contracts in 2023, worth $27 million more than in 2022. We will no longer uphold unjust school allocations on our backs. Educators will not and cannot make up for the over 160 FTE reductions of our colleagues. As a special educator, Ginger Husak says in her email signature, I refuse to run myself ragged to uphold a raggedy system. PPS's own poll shows our community does not trust you, does not believe the district is going in the right direction, and does not think this board is a good steward of our public funds. Please prove them wrong by increasing the transparency, including meaningful community input, and ensuring that any cuts are happening as far away as possible from our students. Thank you.
Chair Holmes. I think it's really important to point out inaccuracies when they occur, and I just want to point out that the idea that we can strategically cut $30 million this year is misinformation, and it doesn't help with the conversation publicly. And the idea that we could strategically cut $70 million next year, similarly, doesn't help because, again, it's misleading in terms of what the options actually are on the table. So you can continue to think I'm anti-union. What I really am is anti-misinformation. And I think, I'll be done in a second.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
And I think it's just really important. I mean, I guarantee you that the trust from the community would be higher if we engaged in irresponsible populist rhetoric. Part of our job is to actually make decisions that are going to benefit the district in the long run. And I would encourage you to join us in that.
Absolutely. I think it's really important to note that I didn't say completely, absolutely undo every single cut. What I showed was a pattern of cuts by this district of educators throughout the last few years, and I asked that those cuts be as far away from students as possible. That was not me saying we can cut 30 million without losing any educators, or that you have to. I want to push back on the mischaracterization of my words by you. I think it's also really important, and I'll be done soon too, is that y'all have this position of power. You're on a dais in front of everyone. You have the cameras on you. It's important to steward that power responsibly and not use it as an opportunity to constantly blame the unions for advocating for their workers and say that we're in this position because of what the unions did fighting for things that they needed in order to do their jobs well. I've listened to several board meetings at this point where you've continued to put PAT's name in your mouth about how we are the problem in a lot of different situations, or the fact that we had a strike was a problem. It takes two to tango. We wouldn't be at a strike if we could have gotten to a contract during the months that we were bargaining, that we demanded proposals, and y'all were lied to and told you couldn't give us proposals on permissive subjects.
Chair Hollins.
So I'm just gonna say that is all. Thank you for the time.
Chair Hollins, Matt and Angela, I'm looking forward to meeting with you. I think coming in new, it's a little easier for me to see. I do appreciate we don't want inaccuracies in public. We'll work through some of the details and we'll be sure to get back together. Thanks. See you soon, Angela.
All right, meeting's adjourned.
Put us back on.
Pardon me?
Can you put us back on?
Oh. I heard adjourn, sorry.
Yeah, we did, and then.
But I did send an email. Yeah. Good evening. My name's Elizabeth. I'm the interim president of PFSP.
Yeah, we crashed again.
If you had been outside the meeting
Thanks.
before, you would have heard from speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, assistive technology specialists, board certified behavior analysts, adaptive PE teachers, feeding specialists, paraeducators, and students' families, who all spoke about their concerns about Portland Public Schools' provision of special education services. These concerns are true with current staffing levels, and we're looking forward to a new year with increased class sizes, fewer mental health supports, and the elimination of key supports, including the feeding team and assistive technology. We've been told that our students will not lose services for these cuts, that these cuts are just a decentralization of staff resources. Last month, the board was presented with a memo that said training, including job alikes for occupational therapists, physical therapists, and paraeducators, had been provided to prepare staff for this decentralization. My members have come to tell me that they have not received any training this year. An RFI for the dates filed and the attendees of this training has yet to be returned to us. I myself have spoken to the board on multiple occasions this year already to express our deep frustration that our unit's professional development was canceled for this year. So it's strange to me to watch the board be told that not only has such training taken place, but it's at such a level that our staff are prepared for the significant change in position and workload. I am concerned about our staff's ability to serve students' needs. I'm concerned for the safety of all our students whose care has been delegated to underprepared and undertrained employees. I'm concerned that the district would be this late into the year and have no plan on what this will mean for students and staff who will be impacted by these staffing changes. And I have concerns that the information that the board is being provided with in these public meetings does not align with the information my members are bringing to me. So when we talk about enhancing trust with the district, these are the sorts of issues that my members are concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other union partners? All right, now means adjourned.